Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us on this another live. And this afternoon, we'll be looking at the topic from COVID to hantavirus, or climate lockdowns next. Now, these are some critical questions that we need to ask as we are seeing so many strange things happening in the world that we have to question what is really happening. Now, this afternoon, we are testing whether the algorithm still recognizes real conversations. Now, headlines around the world are warning about hantavirus, and some people are beginning to ask a bigger question. Are global crises increasingly being connected to climate policy, public health restrictions, and expanded state control? And could future emergencies, whether health-related, environmental, or economic, eventually be used to justify a new era of climate lockdowns? This afternoon, we examine the facts, the fears, the narratives, and the growing public debate surrounded where all of this may be heading. Good evening, everyone. I hope that you are doing well. Welcome, and I hope that you are settling into your Friday, into your weekend jive. And welcome to one and all. From COVID to hantavirus, we are hearing about another climate lockdown, and we're wondering if that lockdown is near. Over the last several years, the world has been experiencing dramatic changes: pandemic restrictions, emergency powers, travel limitations, economic disruption, and growing discussions around climate emergencies. Now, with renewed concerns about viruses like hantavirus appearing in the global discourse. So we're here this afternoon to question, right, and ask ourselves, are we about to repeat another COVID reality? Now, we are hearing much. Let me begin, if I can share my screen with you immediately and talk about some of the things that are happening in the media. So allow me to share my screen, and we shall look at a brief clipping of a video sharing information about this so-called virus. So let me share my screen. Hopefully, let me make sure that it is on the screen. How COVID, yeah, so this is here. Share it with you. Let me see if you're seeing it. No, you're not seeing it. So let me get it on the stage, and we are going to see if we, can you see the, no, you probably can't see it. Okay, yes, you can see it now. Okay, so are you hearing the sound? Can you hear the sound? Please let me know if you're hearing what it is saying, or I might have to turn on the sound. Let me get back to that. Here it is. I have to get to the sound.
Respiratory illness, and people can get...
All right, let me go back to it, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't think we often hear about hantavirus. Can you walk us through effectively what it is? And crucially, like, why, how does it get so deadly so quickly?
This is a viral infection. Fortunately, it's very rare. People can acquire this infection by accidentally inhaling viral particles that are in dried mouse feces or urine. So you think, how does that happen? But, you know, if you're sweeping out an attic or a shed or a barn, you can unintentionally aerosolize that and breathe it in. It's got about a 1 week to sometimes over a 4-week incubation period. And this is one of those viruses that can cause a very, very severe illness, particularly a respiratory illness. And people can get extraordinarily sick, require hospitalization and oxygenation and ventilation support in a hospital, and usually in an ICU. And you know, there's no dedicated antiviral that we use to treat this particular type of hantavirus. It's supportive care in a hospital, and sadly, it's got a pretty high mortality rate, upwards of 20% sometimes.
So you talked about that lengthy incubation period, which is a curious thing to read about. But as I was reading about it and listening to the stories, it made me wonder, like, is there any way to know that you have it before it gets really serious? Because it sounds a little bit like having a bad cold or the flu.
The first few days of symptoms are pretty non-specific and vague, and there would be no real way to know you had it. The key thing when we think about it in a hospital environment is if someone has an obvious epidemiologic exposure, if there was a history of, you know, cleaning up mouse droppings or sweeping out an old shed, coupled with the compatible syndrome. And that's usually when a clinician would think about it and order the appropriate tests. But, you know, Fortunately, it's rare throughout the world, including in Canada. Canada only has about 3 to 5 cases per year. Most of these cases are in Western Canada in the prairie provinces.
Okay, so on the one hand, I hear what you're saying about it being rare, but we're talking about 3 people on the same cruise who are suspected of contracting it, at least.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting because we've never heard about this on a cruise before. I think it's still fair to say that we need to wait for this investigation to be conducted. We don't have all the information. And given the lengthy incubation period of this, it's certainly plausible that people could have acquired the infection on the mainland, perhaps in Argentina, before getting symptoms while on the cruise. Having said that, we don't know enough about it, and they might have been exposed on the boat itself.
I think one of the things that's happening as people hear about this cruise is they also hear that it cannot dock for whatever reason is yet unclear. So I think you're imagining what is going on that cruise. What kind of additional risk maybe are people being put in because they can't sort of escape that environment?
I think people might have memories of the Diamond Princess cruise off the coast of Japan where COVID was ripping through that. Listen, if this truly is hantavirus, we know it is very inefficiently transmitted from person to person. There are case reports of it being transmitted from person to person, but that's the vast minority of cases. Most people are infected through an environmental exposure. So if it indeed is a hantavirus infection, it would be unusual for this to spread broadly. This poses more of an individual risk, not so much a public health risk.
I don't think we often hear about hantavirus. Can you walk us through effectively what it is?
Yeah. So that is very interesting what the person was articulating in that video. And it's something that we have to watch to see what is ahead. But something that I really gathered from the video, if you were listening, is that it is not commonly transferable or transmitted from human to human. However, they're talking about aerosolized. So if you smell something, the urine of the rat that is infected or whatever that might transmit the disease, then that could be a problem. And that was something that we heard during COVID also. Whenever they begin to speak about aerosolized, that means you can get it from the air that you breathe in. It's something that we have to be very, very concerned about. They might just be talking about tactile, also being able to catch it from touching something, a surface that a rodent might have been on. So these are things that we have to be looking for. There are individuals who are asking, why are you believing in this? I don't believe in everything that I'm hearing that they're saying, but we have to analyze why, because they control the narratives and the laws are in their hands. And oftentimes we don't have the power unless we act collectively. And many times we, the people, don't act collectively because we're not united. And because of that, the powers that be win the battle. So it has nothing to do with whether or not we believe in it. It has to do with our world in which we live, where narratives are what are the order of the day, and whether they're true or not, if they inundate us in social media and mainstream media with these narratives, people tend to believe what they hear and they see. And unless we come together and try to make sense out of nonsense, then the battle is going to be won. We are just 6 years into COVID, and already they are bombarding us with another thing. My assertion is that they are not really winning the narrative with the war on Iran. So they have to impose something upon us, whether it's a terrorist attack or a pandemic, to get us to conform with whatever is happening in Iran and in other parts of the world. And that's exactly what they do. And if you have proper recollections, COVID was going on, right? And sometime in 2022 was when the war there between Russia and the Ukraine started. So we have to read between the lines, look beyond the surface to understand that this is no normal world that we are living in, and we are distracted. But this is not going to be just a distraction, because it's going to be something that is going to envelop the entire world. And people tend to respond, especially in the region here, when they are fearful. And I think that they are going to create this sort of fear and doom, and you will see people dying. They might not be dying of the virus itself. As we learned during COVID, many people died with the virus, not from the virus. And because of that and the images that will be thrown at us, many people will believe. So don't take this lightly and begin now to think that, wow, I'm not believing this. You don't have to believe it, but you also have to look at the power that the society wields, and you have to be explaining to your family, to your friends, what you think is going on. But let's listen to another video, if we can just educate ourselves about what they are saying in the media. I have lots of things to share with you, so make sure that you are sharing the live, you're liking the live, because we need to educate our Caribbean and global family, as it were. So let me share my screen with the other hantavirus situation here. And this is Dr. Jonathan. I think he's of the World Health Organization. He's from that. Not that you should believe him because he's from there, but you know, it's what it is. So let me see if I can turn up the volume so that you can hear what he's saying. Oh, let me see if I can get it on the screen.
Helena nearly 2 weeks ago. The company that operates the ship had previously said that the wife of a Dutch man who died had disembarked with his body on April 24th. She then flew to South Africa and died after collapsing at an airport in Johannesburg. Up until now, the company had not acknowledged that anyone else got off the ship, which is now sailing toward the Canary Islands. A man in Switzerland tested positive after getting off in St. Helena and flying home. And Canadian consular officials will meet the 4 Canadians still on board when they reach the port in the Canary Islands. A statement reads in part, Global Affairs Canada is coordinating with local authorities and has reached out to support Canadians on the vessel. At this stage, there are no known cases of Canadians infected on board. The statement also says that the WHO says the overall public risk in Canada is low. And turning now to the developing situation involving a deadly hantavirus outbreak on a small cruise ship in the Atlantic.
Okay, we can stop that. Okay, so we can stop that one. Okay, so we are seeing that there is a lot of craze happening in terms of what they're saying about it. They have not gathered sufficient information in terms of, you know, where it's coming from and how, you know, the particulars that we need to know. Let me see if I can put back the thing here. It's not going back to what I had it on the screen. What's going on with this here? The thing. Wow. Let me see if I could get out of here. I'm trying. It's changing all the time. This thing here is changing. I don't know what I'm doing here. Camera slot. Guys, I'm having some difficulties here. Just hold on with me here for a while. Let me see. Okay, good. So I'm back. I'm having a little challenge here with on the screen. Yeah, good. So it goes back there. All right. So we've been hearing a lot of that. Now there are people suggest there's an article here coming from the Jamaica Observer. St. Kitts and Nevis citizen among passengers on hantavirus affected cruise. So already they're telling us people around the world that were on the cruise and that they're tracking and they're tracing them. Okay, so if you are known to have it, they're going to track and they're going to trace you. That's exactly what they're doing. So we are seeing the same COVID sort of playbook happening before our eyes. And the sad thing about it is that many of us are already deceived. We think it's true, and we're not watching that they're using the same sort of playbook with the hantavirus case. So this is what they say. The St. Kitts, what is coming on the screen here now? The St. Kitts and Nevis government says one citizen of the Twin Island Federation was among the passengers aboard the vessel MV Hantavirus, the cruise ship at the center of an international outbreak of hantavirus. In a statement acknowledged that the citizen is present on the vessel, the Office of the Chief Medical Officer in the country noted that there are currently no reported or suspected cases of hantavirus in St. Kitts and Nevis. And that is what he's suggesting. But we knew during the pandemic, also the coronavirus pandemic, that we started out with no case. And then suddenly there was an explosion right, of cases. So the fact that they say that there is no case now, it does not mean that there cannot be any case tomorrow, right? So we have to watch where that is concerned, if it will just spread like wildfire, like what we see during the days of COVID happening there. Now, I was very shocked, ladies and gentlemen, to find out that our governments have been planning for this thing for a very long time, right? So here we have at the Yale School of Public Health, you have here, there's an article forecasting the next pandemic. Now, this is coming from Yale University, and many of these top universities like the Harvard and the Yales and the Princetons, they are the ones who are normally having these pandemic prevention laboratories, right, in which they do gain of function experiments. For those of you who don't know what gain of function experiments are experiments that are done in a lab. So what you do, you take a natural virus that would not have been a problem, that would not have posed a problem to humanity, and make it appear as if it would. From their perspective, they're suggesting that they're trying to prevent pandemics from happening, but every time we see them do these experiments, they are actually making pandemics, right? Pandemics happen, and dangerous ones do happen. So we want to read from what this Yale University public school article is saying. In the summer of 2019, before most of the world had heard the word coronavirus, two postdoctoral researchers at Georgetown University were thinking about the next pandemic. We were building models of cross-species transmission using math and machine learning, what people would call AI. So we also have to look to see if AI is going to be involved in the creation of viruses and pandemics. We need to look closely at that. We were building models of cross-species transmission using math and machine learning, what people would call AI. Recalled Colin Carson, now an assistant professor of epidemiology, microbial diseases at the Yale School of Public Health. As their research progressed, Carson and his colleagues would hold what he jokingly described as scientific bake-offs, testing whose models best predicted how viruses move among wildlife and into humans. So what they're doing, ladies and gentlemen, they are practicing and they are studying how these wild viruses can affect human life. But oftentimes what they do, they enhance these viruses and they manipulate them. And then what happens is that they contaminate humans, and oftentimes they pretend like they don't know what is happening. And then they have a virus. They have a vaccine for not the virus, but the vaccine that they have made that they think would be able to cure. Let's not be foolish. The vaccine that was created, the coronavirus vaccine, was made years ago, years in advance, but they weren't aware in which how they would be able to test it on humans because it had not been tested. And that is why during COVID, we saw where they were doing experiments on humans, some of whom died because they wanted to see how individuals would accept the vaccines and accept it as a cure. Now, hear what they're saying. Out of the moment grew the Viral Emergence Research Initiative, VARENA, now headquartered in Yale University's Public Health Modeling Unit. It is one of the largest pandemic prevention research and training programs in the United States, supported by a 5-year, $12.5 million grant from the National Science Foundation Biology Integration Institute. VARENA has produced more than 100 publications and preprints and trained more than 60 postdoctoral fellows, graduate students, and undergraduates. So these are not idiots who are doing these things, right? These are postdoctoral and very brilliant students. So what we're seeing is that they're going to now tell us what is happening, and they are going to put it in academic language, right? And many people are going to believe them because it sounds too good to be true. Now, if you and I use AI and the algorithm, we know how these things can happen, right? We know that even the YouTube, looking at my videos now, the YouTube decides what videos it wants to push and what videos it does not want to push. The same thing with AI or algorithm research. They are going to decide what research they want to be positive and which research they want to be negative, which research they want to be effective versus which research they want to be ineffective. So we cannot just see these things, and they will look very well designed with graphs, right? And beautiful language, and we will believe them because it sounds academic, and people are going to say, well, I understand science, I studied science, and this seems to be true, when oftentimes it is not true. And that's the danger of AI. Everything looks believable, but oftentimes it is not, okay? Now, we're seeing here in another article here, this Tribune here that I had we hear from a Seattle News that I had here. Where is it that I had this Seattle News? I see it seemed to have been gone off the screen. But let us look at what we're seeing here from the BBC. Hantavirus outbreak, not the start of a pandemic, WHO says, as 5 cases confirmed on cruise ship. Now, 5 cases of hantavirus it's not Hunter, but hantavirus, have now been confirmed in relation to an outbreak on a cruise ship, the World Health Organization, WHO says, and more may follow due to the virus's 6-week incubation period. So it can go up to 6 weeks before we know if you're ill. But a top health official says, I want to be unequivocal here. This is not the start of a COVID pandemic. And then that is what they're saying. But didn't we hear that during COVID? Didn't we hear that there wasn't going to be a pandemic, and then afterwards, what we saw was a pandemic? Right. So therefore, we have to be very careful with their reporting and what they say. What they really want us to do is to be able to believe them. And if we believe them a lot, then they are going to up their antics. Now, we say that 3 people have died either on board or after traveling on the MV Hantavirus, which set sail from Argentina a month ago. The ship is heading to the Canary Islands, where it's expected to dock at the weekend. Contact tracing is underway in several countries for passengers who left the ship before the outbreak was detected, including the UK, Switzerland, and the Netherlands. The origin of the outbreak is still unknown, with the WHO saying investigations are still underway, and that is what they're saying at the moment. So they're telling us that there's no need to panic. But as we know, they always, depending on what they do next, they are going to cause panic around the world, right? Depending on where we're moving on with the war on Iran. My take, as I told you, I think this is trying to soften what is happening in Iran and for us to be distracted. And the more pandemics, the more lockdowns, the more food prices in terms of the high cost of living, we are going to be distracted talking about these things, and they are doing things that are going to cause us great damage and great hurt. Okay, now we have here in the UK Guardian, Argentina races to find origins of cruise ship hantavirus outbreak amid reports some passengers have returned to the US. There was an article by the Seattle Times that I want to pull up here for you. Let me see if I can find that article that I had read, in which it was suggesting that a pandemic was already was in the forecast. Let me see if this is it that I had read. World Health Organization on ship hantavirus outbreak. The next pandemic is coming. Yeah, I think this is where it is, right? The next pandemic is coming. This is from the Seattle Times, and this was an interesting article that was written. Doesn't seem like I'm going to be able to open it though, guys. It seems like they have decided to close it. I can't open it. Yeah, this is what I can't open. I can't open the one, but I read the article. I read through that article from the Seattle Times, and they were intimating that we were going to have a pandemic, right? They were intimating that we were going to have a pandemic. Now, how did they know? How did the Seattle Times, the persons who wrote that article, how did they know that we were going to have a pandemic and a pandemic very soon? How did they know that? Well, that is for you to decide, because they planned it, right? Anything that they know, it's not that because they have excellent, what should I say now, forecasting, or they are excellent prophet and prophetesses, is because they already have designed it. They designed it that way. And that is what we have to understand. I was trying to also look for an article that was written by Gavi, right? Gavi, and all of you know that Bill Gates, right, is the owner of Gavi. And he was talking about the next pandemic would be caused by climate change, right? So Gavi, the next pandemic would be caused by climate change. I'm trying to pull up that article just to let you know that this is something that they are discussing or were discussing before this outbreak started. Now, we see here where Gavi is saying climate, health, and immunization. The climate crisis is a fundamental factor in the spread of vaccine-preventable diseases globally. Through climate-sensitive diseases, including vectors expanding into new regions, disruption to immunization and other essential health services, and a surge in extreme weather events. Lower income countries, particularly those in fragile and humanitarian settings, are disproportionately affected when disaster strikes. Then they have fewer resources and capacities to respond to health emergencies, and as such are at a greater risk of infectious diseases, spillover, and outbreaks. Now, climate change is a fundamental threat to human health. What did they say? Climate change is a fundamental threat to human health. If you notice, whether they're playing a game or not, Trump is deciding that he doesn't believe in climate change. Now, they're suggesting, the people on the left are suggesting that climate change is real and that he should not have decided to separate from the WHO. But for those of us who read more, we understand that Trump did not separate from the WHO. That was sort of a publicity stunt. What he really did was that he sent over the funds to Bill Gates and his company's foundations. And who control the WHO? Bill Gates and his foundations. So when we say that he actually separated from WHO, that is not true, right? But they're pretending as if he's anti-WHO because that is a narrative. So what they're now doing, they're saying if he's anti-WHO, we have to make that we have to create pandemics so that the WHO can step in and say that we need now to solve this problem. And who else is going to solve the problem but the WHO? Are you seeing here? Are you trying to connect the dots? Because this is what really is happening. It's not that a virus is something very serious and we can't control a virus. We can if we want to. If the United States wants to control the virus, if the world wants to control the virus, they can. But what they're trying to do, they're trying to imbibe fear and trying for policies which are rejected by certain countries, by certain parties, by certain demographics to be implemented because people respond through fear. Tomorrow, let us say now that there is a lot of cases in the Caribbean. You're going to see lots of you on the live, right? Because you respond only to fear, right? If there's no fear today, you don't see it. You don't see it as a threat because, they're talking about foolishness. But when now the media begins to rev up its publicity, right, of the virus, you get fearful and you're locked down, lose your jobs, then that becomes a problem. This is something that we must look at carefully. It is not something that we should ignore. I'm not saying to you that you should go and you should say nay or yay. What you should do is to look and be alert at everything that you read, everything that you see, so that you can know what action and what decision to make. All right. Now, despite the urgent need to build health resilience among vulnerable populations facing escalating climate-driven threats, less than 0.5% of global climate finance currently supports human health interventions. So what they will do too, when they don't have enough money, when governments have not allocated sufficient funds for climate change, they will have to create pandemics like these or health emergencies, whatever you want to call it, so that governments will invest in climate change. All right. So if you cannot win them, join them, that sort of situation. So they are coercing our government. So very soon, you are going to see in parliaments, in congresses of the world, you're going to see that climate change bills are going to be passed there because they're going to tell us that it's necessary so we can prevent pandemics and we can prevent health emergencies, health crises. This is where we are going. But there was another article that was written in 2026 by Gavi, and I'm going to read some of that for you, and then we have to talk about these very important things. It says 6 health threats that could shape 2026. This is coming from Gavi, right? And we know that Bill Gates and his cronies are the owners of this foundation. Here's what experts are watching. A new Gavi Insight paper highlights 6 immediate threats to global and regional health in 2026, and some of the initiatives, tools, and solutions designed to keep them at bay. These are challenging times for global health, Gavi is saying. From conflict-related diseases, outbreaks, and rising health misinformation to climate change and global health funding cuts, right? So they're saying that the governments are cutting, funds for health. The risks to our collective global health are growing and can feel overwhelming. Yet even as these risks intensify, global health organizations and their partners are mobilizing research, resources, and new tools to bolster our defenses against these global health threats. A new Insight paper published by Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, examines 6 immediate threats to global and regional health in 2026. What did I say? In 2026. And that's the year that we find ourselves in. Why they matter and the initiatives and solutions aimed at keeping us all safe. Now, hear what they're saying here. Number 1, by some measures, violence and disputes between and within states are approaching the highest levels of World War II. So they're saying also, including wars, when we have disputes among states, that is also created by climate change. Now, that's interesting because one of the things I've always said, they're telling us that they want to prevent pandemics, right? Now, they're the same, and they're trying to, to fix the environment and to take care of our environment. These same guys who are saying it, yet they are the ones who are behind the wars. So how is that even plausible? Right? When we are creating new wars, and wars do what? They destroy the environment, and they can also create pandemics, pathogens, all right? They transmit pathogens from one country to the next. But let's continue before we have our discussions. Conflict drives the emergence and transmission of infectious disease by displacing populations, disrupting healthcare delivery, and breaking supply chains for food, clean water, and medicines. It can also accelerate the spread of antimicrobial resistance. All right, so that's number 1. So wars and major conflicts. The next one is climate change and arboviruses. Climate change is reshaping the geography of diseases caused by arboviruses, those spread by mosquitoes and other arthropods. So that's number 2. Climate change is another that is going to cause pandemics. Okay, so you have to watch out for that. Global health funding cuts. So they're saying that we are cutting health, government is cutting health, so health funds, so they have to what? Prevent that. They have to create these things so that government can be pushed. So sharp reductions in aid from high-income countries to lower-income nations in 2025 have disrupted essential health services, from disease surveillance and vaccination to maternal care and emergency preparedness. This is almost like an attack on the Trump administration, right? Because the Trump administration, he has, according to what we're hearing, cut funds for those. But what we are saying here, when he cuts the funds, the public funding that is, to whom does he give the funds? To private foundations like that of Bill Gates, and they then give it to the WHO. So do you see what I'm saying? So they're making our healthcare privately run and privately operated. When they're privately run and privately operated, there are no checks and balances on what they can do with us. When they are privately owned, there are no checks and balances on what they can do to us. So when you're looking at Trump and you think that he's cutting these funds, he's cutting the public funds, but he's giving those funds into the hands of private foundations and companies, the likes of Bill Gates. So you will think that they are at loggerhead. You will think that they are warring between these two tribes, these two political tribes, but they're not warring. They're actually working together, but they have, in order to get the funds into the pockets of these private entities, they have to create risks. That is how they play the game. So you've got to be very, very careful and stop thinking because they said that is so. You have to look beyond the surface, beneath the surface, and also to look carefully at what they're saying and doing. Lots of times people do not look at what people are doing. They just say, repeat ad nauseum what they are saying. Okay? So sharp reductions in aid from high-income countries to lower-income nations in 2025 have disrupted essential health services from disease surveillance and vaccination to maternal care and emergency preparedness. One of the agendas, before I move on to number 4, is that they want richer countries to help poorer countries. So that's also another thing, that Americans and other richer countries will have to fund vaccinations in other countries, which will also put more money into the pockets of people like the Bill Gates and these private companies, right? Please share, like the live and share it, because this is a very important discussion that we're having, like all discussions that we've been having on this platform. Now, number 4, health misinformation. They're saying health misinformation is also causing diseases to spread. Health misinformation is becoming one of the most destabilizing forces in global health. It erodes trust, shapes behavior, and weakens health systems at a time when vaccine-preventable diseases such as measles are resurging and the risk of another pandemic remains. As 2026 begins, a central question is whether health systems have the capacity to respond to this growing threat. All right, so what I am doing here, very soon, we are not going to be able to come on YouTube. You hear what I'm saying? Very soon, discussions like what I'm having will not be permitted. All right, because they're saying already that health emergencies, thank you so much, Marie, health emergencies are, misinformation is one of the greatest threats. Okay, so we will not be able to talk about what I'm talking about. And some of you think that we're going to escape it because we're going to come together. It's not going to work like that, because what happens when we are isolated? They're trying also to isolate us so that we will not be informed. And because they don't like people like myself who are informed, so they are going to try now to distract you or just not to have us. We can't talk about these things. And what happens when you become alienated? You do what you are told. All right, because when we are together we are stronger. Okay, but when we are isolated, we become weaker because we have to deal with it all by ourselves. We have to pass through the information by ourselves. Very important that you understand what we are dealing with. Okay, now hear what they're saying. Global risk assessments increasingly reflect this concern. Both the UN Global Risk Report 2024 and the World Economic Forum's Global Risk Report 2026 rank mis- and disinformation among the most global. What did I say, guys? The most global severe threats, health threats. So what we're doing here, they are going to cite it as misinformation and disinformation. And that is what they're going to say. If the Hantavirus should become the next pandemic, you are not going to be hearing us at all on this platform. Okay, because they are going to say that we are, or the information that we are presenting to you, disinformation and misinformation, and it is one, if not the most global threat to health, to your health. So please make sure that you're saving the life, you're sharing the life, so that others can be a part of it. Now here, number 5 is the Marburg virus disease. The Marburg virus disease is unlikely to cause the next epidemic, but in 2026, it remains a growing regional threat in parts of Africa. And number 6, they're saying disease X. When global health experts refer to disease X, they are not predicting a specific virus or date. The term describes the next unknown pathogen with the potential to spark a serious international epidemic or pandemic. So what hantavirus is perhaps disease X. While 2026 is not inherently more dangerous than other years, several assessments suggest that the world may be entering it less prepared than in the immediate aftermath of COVID-19. What does that mean? It means, therefore, that they are going to up the game. All right? If we think that COVID-19 was something terrible, all right, the next pandemic, which is going to be disease X, they're not itemizing it because remember now we're saying hantavirus now, but they could change it. It could be something else tomorrow. Okay? So, but we have to take them seriously. COVID-19 itself was a disease X event, a novel coronavirus that spread rapidly and exposed weaknesses in surveillance, preparedness, and response. So what are you hearing now? Surveillance. So let us say that you and I catch the virus. We are going to be surveilled. We're going to be tracked and traced, right? You might find us on the news. Oh yeah, he was one of the guys on the cruise ship, and we're tracking, surveilling him, and that is how they're going to deal with the virus. Now, this is not the way in which we used to deal with viruses before. Do you see what I'm saying? So everything about you will be given to the state. All information about you will be given to the state and can be used against you at any given moment. Okay? Now, hear what they're saying. I want you to pay attention to what I'm saying here because we're not taking this region and what is happening in the region seriously. This century has already seen an influenza pandemic, H1N1 in 2009, alongside major epidemics caused by SARS, MERS, Ebola virus disease, Mpox, and Zika. Scientists believe that the next major threat is most likely to emerge from one of the roughly 25 viral families already known to infect humans. While 2026 is not inherently more dangerous than any other year, several assessments suggest the world may be entering it less prepared than in the immediate aftermath of COVID-19. Now, do you think we are unprepared? Do you think, let's get into the discussion. Do you think that we are unprepared? Thank you, Marie, and welcome to you all. Make sure you're sharing the live so that we can have an intelligent discussion because we are distracted in this region. And when things begin to fall apart, many of us are going to cry. Okay, so we have, thank you so much. And we have Afro-Grenadian ambassadors saying they're already censoring people like you and me and Cooks. Right, Cook, right, that is speaking on this. Yes, they're censoring us. In fact, when I woke up this morning, I saw in my YouTube, as Afro-Grenadian will understand that my YouTube analytics, which have been great, they're showing me that the retention was great, everything was great, and the video was not shown. right? So that's what they're doing. So every morning I'm waking up. In fact, do you know the other day I'd grown from 7,000 to 8,000 subscribers. When I woke up the morning, when I thought I was going to see 8,000 subscribers, I saw 7,000 subscribers. Okay? That is how they're playing the game. That is how these people are playing the game. And what they're doing, they're trying to psychologically work on you so that you will give in and do whatever they want you to do. Yes, Chris is saying the lockdowns hard to organize. How is it? Okay, the lockdowns are going to be easy to organize this time. Okay, the lockdowns are going to be very easy to organize this time because the laws are already on the books. Okay, so all they have to do, the first time it was hard and it wasn't hard, right? Because we were locked down. But they have now created the laws that anytime we have a health emergency, they're going to do the track and trace and all of the things they did during the first pandemic will be done again. All right. So Caribbean people, we have to share now. We have to come. We have to listen to what is happening, because when it comes up on us, we won't be able to talk about it in the way we're talking about it right now. They are going to shut it down. Okay, so make sure that you see, and that is why it's going to be easily done, because when they shut us down, then we only are going to hear them and what they are saying, and there won't be any competitor in terms of a different perspective. So now is the time to listen and to try to come together to get information. So it will be very easy, a lockdown this time. The lockdowns were pretty tough you're saying that they were, let me see. Yeah, they were very terrible in Canada. The lockdowns made it hard to organize. Right. I understand what you're saying now, Chris. The lockdowns did make it hard to organize, and they don't have to even, what I say now, organize. Well, they don't even have to have lockdowns to make it hard for us to organize. All they have to do is to shut off the system in terms of making us have conversations on social media, which would help us to organize. Greetings. The path already been set. A lot of governments signed the treaty last year, right? Last year, many people after the pandemic, including the John Campbells and other people, were talking about the WHO pandemic treaty. And many of you were not paying attention because you thought the virus was already gone, the pandemic was over, and you had moved on with your lives. And that was not the case. The conversation should have been ongoing, because even now, 6 years after, we haven't had full clarity as to what happened in 2020 with this virus. We still don't know really everything that happened. We know that there are some narratives which suggest that it was planned, right? And based on what we're seeing, it seems to be true. But we don't know everything, and the government is mum on the topic. We have Chris is saying what I mean. Yeah, I understand what you said now, Chris. I was the one who misunderstood you. What I mean by the lockdowns made it hard, I understand. To organize, I mean it might have made it harder for the citizens to come together and organize to stand up for this right. I think that's what you were saying. I was the one who misread your comment. Thank you so much for clarifying, Chris. Yes, right. Because if they lock us down, then we can't come outside. We can't be able to unite and talk about what is happening. And that is why they prevented people from going to church, from going to school, and from other institutions that we could come together, restaurants, and talk, right? People talk around their restaurant tables when they're eating, right? And people talk about things, but they isolated us, and we weren't able to come together to share what we think about what is happening. As a result of that, people, when you're isolated, as I told you, you tend to believe what they're telling you, authorities are telling you. But when we have shared, knowledge and values, when we come together, it is powerful. It is powerful, and they know that. These powers that be, they know that, and that is why they're blocking the algorithm. They're doing other things from sending out these very important videos. And the algorithm is not going to send out this video because already it knows that it is against the powers that be, who control the system, by the way. Yeah, so we know, Pedro is saying, we know we end up in a China-style lifestyle. Yeah, that is what they're planning for, Many people are, I don't know what and when and how people in the Caribbean are thinking that China is this great country with lots of freedoms. And I'm not saying that you can't go to China and live a relatively free life once you conform to the rules there. But never think that the government, I don't say the Chinese people now, it's distinct, all right? The Chinese government is by no stretch of the imagination a democratic government. And I'm not sure where people are getting that from, if it's academia giving them that sort of wrong information, because that is a disinformation. And when we get now to behave like the Chinese, you are going to realize what authoritarianism really is. So let's be clear on that. And we can curse the West as much as we want to curse them, but when we talk about the constitutions that they have inherited, that the legacy of the constitution that they have given to us, we just need to follow the constitution and the law. And if we follow those things, then we will be a better society. But it's not being East or West that is going to make us freer or unfreer. What we should understand are laws that are set up that will make us free or not free. Okay, it has nothing to do with the region, whether you're living in Africa or Jamaica, or Jamaica can be an autocratic state, or any nation can become an autocratic state overnight if the laws are not made to ensure, to guarantee us our freedoms. All right, so don't get into this elusive conversation about Africa and Russia, and even Russia now. I hear people behaving as if Russia is this wonderful place and Black people and other peoples will be able to find some sort of refuge in these countries. And I'm wondering, what is in the head and what history are you studying? I don't know. Yeah, if you said anything that contradicted the WHO narrative, Susan Wojcicki, the YouTube CEO, set YouTube to censor it regarding COVID, right? And they even banned people's channel, right? So you're going to see a lot of demonetization if we speak as the season approaches and as it gains more traction in terms of this virus, which I think it seems to be, they're gathering information and it seems like they are trying to track and trace, and it might gain momentum. But if it gains momentum, you can know, and people begin to speak against what the authorities are saying, we can rest assured that they are going to lock us down. But what is happening now, I sort of sensed when I saw iShowSpeed going throughout the world, this young man, and doing what he's doing and pretending as if he's uniting cultures. Do you know right now, and I'm going to make a video on that what I'm seeing in the Caribbean now, even post this iShowSpeed, or I think he's still visiting us, touring the Caribbean, but we are so now divided. After the iShowSpeed, he made his tour to Trinidad, to Grenada, to Dominica, all of the other countries and all these countries. We are now, who has the best KFC? Who has this? And there is just a tug of war amongst us, and we are not being united. I don't know where people are getting that information from, that we're just about one day somebody visiting your country, or 2 days and having some food and highlighting some of the things of your country. All right, we are not being united. And yesterday, when he was in the DR, was it yesterday? He was in the Dominican Republic, and there was a Haitian guy who came with his flag and says, I'm Haitian. He told iSpeed, and iSpeed looked at him with some very funny eyes, as if, who are you? And the guy said, I'm Haitian, and why are you not coming to Haiti? And he just turned his head and moved on. Right? You see that this is here in the Dominican Republic, where you have this great black-brown sort of divide, right? And he's coming to the island, and he did not even give the Haitian young man even 2 minutes of his time to say, even one island, we're brothers, we might have different cultures, but we are one, one Caribbean, nothing like that. So if you think this young man is uniting the Caribbean and you are being distracted, something is about to happen. And the algorithm of YouTube is not giving this man 2 million views. He had 2 million viewers, concurrent viewers on his live last Wednesday. Okay? If you think the algorithm is going to give just because he's a streamer, and no. That's not how it works. And you have to wake up to see that something is about to happen. Right? And they want you distracted, and the moment you're distracted, boom, they unleash whatever is on you, and you will not escape. The Chris is saying, I view China positively because when the Chinese protested the lockdowns, their government listened to them and ended the lockdowns, unlike Canada or the EU, who used police forces to attack the people. Well, okay, during the pandemic, Chris, I had a lot of Chinese students, right, that I used to teach from China. And they never gave me the impression that Chinese actually stopped the lockdowns. They were telling me that the lockdowns were really, really horrific. All right. Remember, at one point in time, we were getting images, and they were there. I was teaching some of them, and they were telling me, even in that place there in China, that big city, I forgot the name of this, the second largest city in China. Is it the second largest city that many people want to go to? They were having, their food lifted to them. right? They couldn't go outside at all. So the Chinese lockdown was horrific. Remember, too, there was a doctor at the initial stages of the pandemic who was speaking out against the lockdowns and what was happening, and he was unalived. He disappeared, right? I don't think that their lockdowns were in any way democratic or in any way light. I think they used police brutality likewise. Okay? Because there's no way, Chris, you can force an entire society, an entire nation to be locked down without force. People don't want to be locked down. It's against our humanity. Okay, because we need to get outside, we need fresh air, we need to interact with Mother Nature, with our animals. Even the animals, the dogs and the cats, they were acting strange because they weren't accustomed to what was going on. They were wondering what we were doing. We were locked in and they are accustomed to us being outside, interacting with us. And they were looking sad. Did you watch your cats and your animals, the dogs outside? They were sad. They didn't know what to do. They were confused. Right? Because that is not how nature was. Yes, I understand. My version is that people who are sick, and if you want to quarantine them, then that is okay. But to quarantine an entire society, to lock them down, was not the best. The healthy and the unhealthy was not the best solution. And that has to be done only through draconic means, through force and through authoritarian measures. There can be no other way. Okay, and the West did not know that they were going to be able to do that. Remember now, when they look at China, they were saying, oh, the Chinese are autocratic and all of that, and we would never do it in the West. And what the Americans were saying, the leaders, they were saying that. And then afterwards, weeks afterwards, Americans were doing the same thing. Okay, so they use force. They use force there too. A president was taken off Twitter. Yeah, that was Donald Trump, but he is a part of the whole agenda. That was all only play and smoke and screen. Remember now, we can't really follow what these guys are doing, whether they're Democrats or the Republicans. They're just creating these illusions of divisions, and then we are the ones who are divided. And I told you that when Donald Trump removed funds from the WHO, it was not that he was not supporting the WHO. Can I repeat that? What he did, he went through private companies. He diverted the funds from the from publicly owned funds, from giving the WHO, okay, public funds, to giving it to the private companies, for the private companies to give it to the WHO. And in that way, you don't have any checks and balances, right? And then it becomes a business. The whole health industry becomes a business. So let's not think that Donald Trump was not a part of what was going on, but they have to create this sort of division to allow us to think that there is some form of democracy when there is none. You got what I'm saying? So we have to now begin to think and to see what's going on and to see how our leaders are dramatic and they're great actors. Chris is saying the Russians helped to decolonize Africa at their own expense, and they're helping fight terrorists in Mali right now. That's probably why people view Russia positively in Africa. Well, that is also something that we are just not aware of. That's one narrative, Chris, but we don't know what the nuances of this narrative. Who really is benefiting from this so-called decolonization attempt? We don't know. Just like we can't, even though I've critiqued iShow's speed, but we can't say who is sponsoring him. Some people are suggesting that he is independent. How do you know that? That he's not controlled by somebody else, the folks at B. For example, do you think it's tenable to be hopping, going all across these Caribbean without resting? He's not even resting his body. You know, you move from the DR to Jamaica and you're hyperactive. That's not good for his health, right? Why don't you rest maybe a day or two, get back yourself in the groove, and then you move on? Obviously, somebody's pushing an agenda and they have to push it very fast. Okay, so what we see in the media, what we hear, what we read, we can only take it with a grain of salt. But we do not know yet. We don't even know who the guy in Burkina Faso is. Do you know him entirely? No. Does what he's doing look like something freeing Africa? Yes. The both are true, but do we really know who he is and whose interest he's working for? No. because not enough information is given to us. And that's why we have to be careful about aligning ourselves with powers that be and begin to look whose interest are they working for, in whose interest. And then afterwards, you can begin to make your decisions. All right. And that's what many of you don't want to understand. As I repeat myself, those of us who like freedom, would have looked at Donald Trump and say he's a good guy because he extricated the United States from the WHO and its politics. However, that's not what he did. Well, that's what he did in terms of the surface. On the surface level, yes, that's what he did. But obviously, that is not what he did behind the scenes. He gave the money to Bill Gates, and Bill Gates followed the money to the WHO because he controls a large portion of the WHO. Are we seeing this? I'm hoping that you're making the connection. I'm speaking out with my heart, and I'm very sorry you're not. Maybe I'm not speaking very clearly, okay? Because I can't see for the life of me why you are not listening to what is happening and seeing that what we're seeing in the media and what they're doing behind the scenes are two different things. Yeah, so we have the Afro-Grenadian saying, exactly, Brother Andrew. The speed guys show how much we are badly off and divided towards each other. Imagine we competing and making confusion over white man and food. Absolutely. Because who controls YouTube? The white man. All right? Do you think the white man would want to see the Caribbean united? No. So why are you supporting speed? And what is he doing? I mean, I said to you, let us say he wanted to inform people speed. When the Haitian guy, when he came here to the DR, right? And the Haitian guy came out and said, I am Haitian, and I'm not on any side, whether Dominican or Haitian, whatever. When he said, I'm Haitian, he could have stopped and say, wow, nice to meet you. And, I'm not coming to Haiti because there's a lot of gang violence, but one day when it settles down, I'll be there, whatever, power to Haiti or something of the sort. Nothing. He turned his face around in a cold way and left the young man. Okay? So what is this sort of education? What he didn't even say, ladies and gentlemen, because he had over 2 million concurrent viewers on his live. Think about that. I can't even have 100, right? And this man, with no talent, let us say he was a Michael Jackson, maybe I would give him some flack and say, Michael Jackson had lots of talent. Whitney Houston and these people, they had lots of talent. So whatever they were doing, you can say the people like them, or the James, what they call it, these footballers and basketball players, you love them. So I would probably give them also, cut them some slack. But what talent does this guy have? What talent does iSpeed show? If they had Dr. Umar Johnson, and as much as I disagree with some of what Dr. Umar Johnson says, but he's articulate, he's knowledgeable, and he has talent, right? So if he was the one now who was going through the Caribbean and or Africa, as a matter of fact, and exposing things and trying to have a discourse on different issues, even of racism, I wouldn't mind that. Okay, but many of our Caribbean people, I thought we were brilliant, we were brighter than we are, went for it, fell for it, because of money, influence, power, right? Oh, celebrity, he's a celebrity. For what? For whom? Yeah, so we have here, badly off, and that is exactly what happened. And we have, Chris, UNC Africa leaders still blaming colonization. Yeah, I think, Chris, all of us, I think that the most important thing we can talk about now is the decolonization of our minds. No group of people, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be ever decolonized. And that is why Marcus Garvey, and it was reinforced in the music of Bob Marley, that we should emancipate ourselves from mental slavery, because what? None other else can free us but ourselves, right? None other. We can't depend on Russia, on Putin, or on Xi Jinping of China, or whomever, Obama, when he was president of the United States, to free us. And we're still waiting for a Messiah. It's like something is wrong with Black people, wrong with us. We're still thinking group-wise, something, we're going to rise like a group and we are going to kick the white man. It is not going to happen. The Jews thought they were going to do it too as a collective, and they didn't do it. Because the Babylonians had treated them badly, the Medo-Persians had treated them badly, the Greek people had treated them badly, the Greek Empire, and the Romans, treated them so badly that they wanted to be able to come back as a group, right? And showed these empires and that we are people too, and we can treat you as badly as you treated us. It never happened, right? They're controlled, some of them now, the Zionists are controlled, but as a group, they have never been able to do that, right? At this stage, you can't trust any of these people, absolutely. And when we see serious money backing them, and that's why we're talking about the science too, the Hantavirus, we have to always look at who is supporting these vaccine developments. Who is doing this? Who is doing that? And then is it that you can be able to say who you can trust and not trust. Stop pretending the Caribbean play kicks and bites for tourists. Right. And that is what they do, but whose interests, again, are the tourists representing. All Afro-Grenadian ambassador is saying, all I see is a young man with nothing to offer but hype, with fame and money. That's all. That's what it is. I was shocked to see that even intelligent people, so-called intelligent people, are telling us that it's doing great for us. And we are going out of our way, right, to gift him things. And what about the poor people of our countries? ISP doesn't need anything. You can give him some warmth and welcome him in the most hospitable way. But what gift does he need, right? And this is the idiots that we do in the Caribbean, where people are hungry. There are people, because of the high cost of living, people are hungry in this region, right? And we're giving a multi-millionaire gifts and nonsense to come and dance and do things in front of our people. By the way, all of what he's doing is how white people view us. Everything that ISP does, these are the same stereotypes that they have of us. Stupid, dancers, always loud, doing chaotic things. Right? Has ISP gone to a university in Trinidad or in Jamaica or in Grenada? Has he been to universities there? Do people see serious people living, right? And interacting in government and having serious discussions? Has he really shed light on these things? Or do they see us as, these are the islanders, they're always on the beach, they're always kicking, partying, dancing to dancehall and soca and all of that. That's who we are as a people, and that's how we are. Okay? And that's exactly how white people see us. Not serious, not organized, just always wanting to be in the limelight, doing stupid things. Okay? So that is how they view us. So I can't see what traction he's gaining. Africa still is colonized. ECOWAS is some of a colonial structure. Yeah, Africa is colonized certainly by the Chinese or whoever. Until we own capital and we're able to make our own decisions, we are going to be colonized. And that is what Marcus Garvey was trying to do. But again, the same thing the leaders then were doing, they were telling him, no, you can't do this. You can't work independently of these people. And eventually what happened? They colonized us even more. Okay, so we are still hearing that, we have to partner with them, and nothing is wrong with partnership, but we have to be in the steering, the steering wheel, so we can control what the agreements are, the conditions of the agreements are. But we still are not in control of any capital. Just like iSpeed is not control of what he does on YouTube. All right, the advertisers are the ones who pay him. Okay. So we have Steve Knight, welcome to the show. Just for the money, we will find out who's behind this, right? And I hope that, even though we find out, as you're saying, Stephen Knight, people are so much attracted to money and power that just by seeing them and how much money that they own and the power that they wield in the world, we fall for it. We fall for it. Right? And that's why some stupid guy can go to the Caribbean and do all sorts of things, and we fall for it because guess what? He's over $15 million His net worth is over $15 million. So we love that. All right. And we worship him. Yeah. So let's go now to Fazi is saying, you even have the Caribbean people also trying to follow the path of being a social media influencers, peddling childish content, saying things that should not be spoken in public. We're lost. Absolutely. And that's what iSpeed has done. There's nothing, by the way, before he went to Jamaica, which was, I think, yesterday, he was in the DR, and, this homophobic Jamaican culture, as people say. And what did they do? They had iSpeed sit in the lap of a man, right, on a truck. He climbed up on the truck, sat in his lap, and was doing his dancing on his lap just before he went to Jamaica. Do you think that's coincidental? Do you think that he did that just because he wanted to do that? Or do you think that there was something, they knew he was going to Jamaica? Do you think they were sending Jamaica a message? Right? I just want you to think about it. Okay? Because sometimes we think that, oh, he's talking foolishness. Oh, he's jealous of iSpeed. I am not jealous of iSpeed because I would not be doing what he's doing. I don't have that mindset to do what he's doing. I'm just critiquing what I am seeing. Pedro is saying the same way as ECOWAS by European and Russia. Stephen Knight is saying, just find out who is financing. Yes, because that is what money, as I was saying to them, Stephen, the powers that be, when Trump was in his first administration, he pretended as if he was anti the WHO because it's corrupt, and it's corrupt. So he said he was withdrawing, and he withdrew public funding from the WHO. But what people did not know is that he redirected those funds to Gavi, to Bill Gates Foundation, right? And we know who controls the WHO. So in other words, when Trump was saying that he was anti the WHO, he meant not directing directly public funds to the WHO, but it needs to be done through privately owned funds so that it doesn't have to have any checks and balances. All right. So that's why we have to say who is what, who controls it, who is financing it, as you're saying, Stephen Knight. I disagree with that. What kind of structures of domination is Russia putting on the AES? Russia doesn't need the resources to decolonize Africa, is going to need help. Yes, we know that it's going to need help, but you must understand that all of these powers, Chris, have their agenda. Another thing, never say that because what you're seeing, you don't know what is happening behind the scenes. So you say Russia doesn't need their resources. How do you know that? And what kind of structures of domination, we don't know. All right. And that is why we were captured by the Europeans, right? No other culture, no other civilization was captured en masse as we were in Africa. Why? Betrayers. We don't know what people do when it comes on to money and assets. They will sell even their families out. All right. But I don't think that Russia and China are doing anything for any of these African countries for free, and because they are benevolent or they are more philanthropic. They're doing it because they have their interests there. Whether we're seeing these interests there, and we can see them publicly, no. Most of the times these negotiations are done secretively. Okay? So this is what we're saying. We're not here competing in terms of, at the end of the day, we understand that global capital is competitive, it's global, so they are in competition for who can have the most resources. Okay? So we have this, if you feel so, and we have the saying, nobody is jealous of this idiot. There is some agenda behind this. Yeah, that's what I have never seen the level of vitriol that I saw when I published my video on him, my first video on Ice Show Speed. There was a level of vitriol in the comments that I have never seen in my life. I've got vitriolic comments on my videos, but not to the degree that I saw on the first video that I published on iSpeed. And I think something is happening to our minds that I don't know if we don't come out of it, how we are going to be saved. okay? Because something happened. Ice-Speed did something. I don't know what he did, but he captured the imagination of our people like nothing else. Okay? And be careful of this group think that, oh, because he's black, right? Then we have to accept him. No, no, no. Not because somebody's black. Okay, because Obama was black, so we have to accept him. Well, he was called the deportee in chief. He was called the deporter, rather, not deportee, but the deporter in chief, because he deported so many of us. Okay? So let's not just fall everything comes, we fall for it because he's black. And black people are nice. And black people are embracing. Well, they probably are nice, but they can use their niceness, right, to control us and then capture us. And perhaps that's what happened in Africa. We don't know. But how much are we having the conversation that our foreparents, some of our foreparents rather, were involved in the African slave trade? And the fact is, if we're not having that conversation, it's happening today again. It's happening today again. And we are not looking at that because he's black and whatever, and we come up with all sorts of excuses to say why we are supporting that person. Let us say that we should have a black Fauci. If during the pandemic, let us say they have a pandemic tomorrow. And if they should put a black man in that chair and he is a new Fauci of the pandemic, of whatever pandemic, we're going to believe him because he's black, right? Even if he's killing, yeah, he's black and we're proud because he is sitting in that powerful seat. So I know how we think, and I know how susceptible we are, and I know how much we are not able to think. How is Africa going to decolonize without help? The West has a vast array of weapons they can use, and Africa is not equipped to repel. Look at Vietnam and North Korea, they needed help. I don't think, when we look at what is happening in Africa at the moment, how long have we been emancipated? Many, many years, right? I don't think at this moment that we're just going to be emancipated overnight. I don't think so, right? I don't think we can find ourselves, even the United States citizens right now, they are so much under slavery, under bondage, that I don't see even them right now being able to extricate themselves out of this imperial nature of the United States of America. It's not possible at this moment. I think we waited for it too long. I think if we had, when Marcus Garvey was alive, if we had started supporting him then, and we had built the necessary institutions then, and we had moved on post Marcus Garvey, then perhaps we could. But I think the level of corruption and the level of control is so deep now that it's going to be very difficult to dig us out of that very deep hole. Okay? And that is where we find ourselves right now. We waited too long. Okay? We waited too long. Now, what might have to happen, Chris, and I don't think it's going to happen, is if we can destroy the entire system and start anew. Right? We would have to destroy the entire system, the entire political system in Africa, and redesign it into an image that is in the interest of the people living there. And then perhaps we would find ourselves extricated. To say that we are going to align ourselves with corrupt powers that we have in the world is not going to happen, because these powers don't mean black people well. Okay? How many times should we see that? It's evident. Right, to decolonize, research colonization first. Right, we have to do that, and we also have to look at what colonization is. What is colonization? And we tend to look at it economically only, and it's a part of that, but we also have to examine mental colonization. How do we see ourselves as a people? I think we see ourselves still as being inferior, and that we cannot move on without the help of these people. And they're always in it for their interests. They're never in it because they want to free us. Can they help us? Yes, but we must not depend on them and should not trust them. That's what what's his name there in Haiti? What's his name again? Toussaint Louverture. Toussaint Louverture, he sort of trusted France and trusted some of these other people, and you know what happened to him. Okay, so we have to be very careful of these people. I'm heading home. Yes, okay, Pedro. Malcolm X, that's Stephen Knight, warned us about falling these celebrities, and we keep falling for the same BS all the time. Yes, and I think we're even living now, Stephen Knight, in a much more celebrity status-driven world that we are in danger. For some reason, Black people love to be on the world stage in the limelight, and nothing is wrong with that if we are publicly being seen as serious people. But what they're showing to the public are citizens who are not serious about anything. Okay, that is what they're doing, and they're disuniting us. They're disuniting us also. iSpeed, for example, he was in China, I understand, and I was looking at a video, and the Chinese people are very, very careful of what they say in public. They might say it behind your back, but they don't say these things in public. And here's this lady coming up to iSpeed and telling him that he's a nigger, and he's a this and he's a that. Do you think a Chinese person would have come up to him on public live and tell him that he's a nigger? Or do you think that it was staged? Something that they're trying to create divisions among us so that we cannot unite. Now, I'm not talking about the leaders. I'm talking about us, the people, the citizens of the world, that we have to unite against the high levels of propaganda that we're seeing in our societies. We have here, Pedro, Chris is saying, I have researched the topic and I'm currently researching it. Good. And what is it that most of the things though, we have to agree, Chris, that we don't, even when we research it, we don't know what is happening behind the scenes. I've tried to research much of what is happening in Mali and also in Burkina Faso, and it's difficult to find out who really is the captain, what's his name? Traoré, right? You still don't know. There are lots about him that we just don't know and we'll never know. Right. And I want to be fair to him. Right. And I think he's trying to do a good job. I'm not going to say that he's not, but we still do not know what people behind him, the funds, the money behind him. Lots of the history is also not disclosed. So we have to be careful in terms of saying that this research is going to give us, unequivocal conclusions, because sometimes it doesn't. And we just have to be, honest with ourselves. Afro-Grenadian ambassador is saying, and also some of these African politicians and their family would have to be put in jail, right, to finally see a free Africa. Yes, the system has to go down, right? The system will just have to go down. In Haiti, the same thing. In Haiti, and that is what the Haitians are trying to do, and that's why they've kept them, in bondage, because the Haitians want to destroy the entire system. They don't want to build on this system that the Americans are trying. And notice that the Americans, through a surface level reasoning is telling us that, oh, they're trying to help Haitians. Haitians are saying, we don't want any help from you. And that is how they see us. These Europeans tend to pity us. And to some extent, the Asians, they pity us. And then we fall for it and look like victims and people who need to be assisted. Right? Now, who was helping Marcus Garvey? Who was helping Marcus Garvey while he was building this mass movement of Black people in his time? Who was helping him? All right. Okay, so we have to find ways. We have the money, we have the money, guys. We have the money to help ourselves. We have the money to help ourselves. We are just investing in stupid things like clothes and, cars and these things. We have sufficient money. The United States, Black people, the Black economy, the Black people in the United States, they're worth what? Over $10 trillion? That's a lot of money, right? But what are they doing with that money? They're investing in clothes and watches and material stuff. They're not saying, let's come together and see if we can build businesses. That's what the Chinese people do. Right? We don't want to do that, yet still we're waiting on the same Chinese people who've made sacrifices. We're waiting for them now to share their expertise and so forth with us, right? And they're not going to do it. All right? They will collaborate with other of our elites in these countries and make money, but they're not going to be doing things to help the masses of people, around the world. They are not going to do it. And many of these, so-called superpowers don't want to see us become independent countries. Why? Because when you're independent, they can't make as much money as they are making. at the moment. Okay. Somebody saying agreed. Steve Knight is saying that was to create division, right? That is what they do. They create division. I believe the current unrest in Barbados is U.S. planted. Are they having an unrest? I didn't even know that they're having an unrest in Barbados. I believe the current unrest in Barbados is U.S. planted. Mia Motley too outspoken, and it could be. I shouldn't say unrest. It's violence or Jews. Well, one of the things is that I'm seeing violence right throughout the Caribbean, in Trinidad, in Jamaica, I didn't know that Barbados was that violent, but in Trinidad and Jamaica are very, very viciously violent at the moment. Z, I agree with you. Yes, okay. I didn't know that they were having, what's the murder rate in Barbados at the moment? And notice too, by the way, as we talk about violence, notice that they were saying in the Gavi, one of the causes of pandemic, or well, not pandemics, but one of the causes of climate change, or climate change is the result, well, violence, I'm mixing up my head now. Violence is as a result of climate change. So one of the effects of climate change is violence. So I think also they are going to create more violence or systems of violence to blame it on climate change. Just like how they blame the diseases, they create these viruses to blame it on climate change. Okay, so we also have to watch that. Why are we seeing this uptick in violence in the Caribbean, in Barbados? Well, Jamaica's always been violent. In Barbados, in Trinidad, in other parts of the Caribbean, why have we been witnessing this uptick in violence? Are they also trying to build a case that is a result of climate change? And vaccines, maybe they have to vaccinate those violent people, right? Eventually, maybe they will be vaccinated to calm them down. Steve Knight is saying it is rumored that some of the Black celebrities could have saved Spirit Airlines. I would think so. I would think if Black people should come together with the money that they have. But the celebrities, I understand, Stephen Knight, if we study a little bit deeper, that their money is also controlled. They're controlled. They are not as free as we think they are. So even though we hear that they're millionaires, they're multimillionaires, and maybe some billionaires, they don't control what they do or do not do. Okay, the money has to be recycled. The money has to be recycled back into the elite circle, into the elite circles. And that is what is happening. 23 murders, I believe, for this month, that would be a lot. If Barbados has 23 murders for the month of, is it April? Or is it for the entire from January to May? That's not bad, but for Barbados, a small country, maybe it's a lot. And a country that is not used to the level of murder. In a sense, I can understand why Gavi would say that climate change creates violence. But yes, I do agree that you must be skeptical because Gates is into some evil thing, right? Yeah, we can say that when the weather is hot and so forth, but that has been the case for so many years, right? It's not like it's happening overnight. That has been the case. We've had hot temperatures and colder temperatures and all of that stuff. So it can't just be climate change. Something else is happening too. The food we eat, right? The inequalities that we have in our societies, the fact that people can't find means of survival and then they turn to violence. And violence is an industry in the Caribbean, by the way, right? The United States is an industry. Whether we like it or not, violence is an industry in the Caribbean, right? Drug trafficking, human trafficking, all of these arms trafficking that our politicians are also involved in, and our economic elites. Don't forget that they are involved in arms sale and trafficking. Okay, so all of these things and other factors play a contributing role in violence. The lack of morality also. People, thou shalt not kill. Why is that people are killing now? People are even killing at churches. Church was once a place of what? Where it was a sanctuary, right? Where people don't really want to go to curse and to behave badly. Now people are literally going into churches with their guns and killing people. So our society is really are depraved. Okay, something is happening. We lack morality too, and we have to get back to some ethical norms, okay, and moral standards. So there's a platitude of factors that we have to look at. I'm not sure the murder rate, but it's uncommon, right? I know that in Barbados it's uncommon. People talk about Barbados being a safe haven. Many foreigners like Barbados, and many research has been done about Barbados and the fact that it was once the standard of what other Caribbean nations should be like. So when I'm hearing this violence in Barbados, it pains my heart. I'm not sure the murder rate, but yeah, you talked. It's billed as the safest of the islands, right, for a long time, and suddenly there's an issue. Remember too that your Madame Prime Minister is also a climate change advocate. All right, so she might be on board, even though she might be speaking out. She might also, when I say, I'm not saying she's creating the violence, but it's giving her a platform to say that climate change is real. All right, so you also have to watch what she's doing and to see if this might also play into her agenda, because Miss Motley is very much a part of the United Nations and the World Bank and all of these global institutions, and also maybe the WEF. I don't know if she is also connected to the World Economic Forum. Yes, and then we have a lack of jobs and livable, right? A lack of jobs and livable wages create this sort of chaos and this sort of violence that we're seeing. Remember now that when you think about arms trafficking and drugs, it's going to create violence, right? Drug territories, people who are controlling your territory and you don't want them in your territory. And already they're telling us that this is a result of climate change, and they will have to make laws to control us. So maybe they will, just like Jamaica, what they're doing now, they're trying to improve on surveillance. So they're going to surveil everywhere you go, cameras everywhere. That's the sort of agenda that they have. So all of these things are connected. And this is what we have to understand. Everything that they're going to do about the virus, if we have the hantavirus, has to do with surveillance and control. We have to be tracked and traced. Okay? And that is the agenda for the world. And Chris is saying, it seems like the Caribbean is having some economic issues because people immigrate to my Canada seeking a better life from the Caribbean. And that's interesting, Chris, because people are trying to leave Canada right now because they're saying the cost of living is so high. I'm seeing a lot of Caribbean nationals there who are saying that they want to go home because the cost of living in Canada is really, really high. Is that true? That, the cost of food, it's high everywhere, but they're saying that in Canada particularly, the cost of living is very high. Also, if another pandemic comes aboard, I think many people are going to leave Canada because Canada was really one of the worst countries to be in during the pandemic. There was just the draconic measures that the then Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, actually implemented during the pandemic. People did not like it. And many of them left and came back to the region, or they traveled to other places like Paraguay and other parts of Latin America. Some of them to Santo Domingo, to the Dominican Republic. So Canada also is not doing well economically. And with the tariffs that Trump also has imposed upon that country, it is a problem, right? Okay, so for those of you who are just coming in, let me see Chris is saying, that's also true. People also want to leave Canada because the cost of living is high. I hear YouTubers talking about it. A friend of mine feels the same. Yeah, many people are talking about the high cost of living in Canada, that they're almost barely surviving. It's just too much. And then the recollection of the pandemic did not make matters better. Okay, the pandemic was something that they felt that they were in prison. It was a system of autocracy, right? For those of you who just joined the live, we're looking from COVID to hantavirus or climate lockdowns next. And we are intimating yes. And if you notice, not only the virus can cause a lockdown, but violence can also cause another lockdown. Maybe they will even say the high cost of living. because there's nothing that you can underestimate that these people won't do. Maybe they will say the gas rationing, right? And what the war in Iran, and the wars that are, even though they are the ones who are creating the wars, but they might like the wars because they talk about dispute among nations. They said that dispute among nations also is linked to climate change. So maybe the best way is to give the environment a rest, right? And then we will be more peaceful. Maybe the climate change agenda is that which is going to rain peace upon a world that is in controversy. All right. So this is what we're saying. It sounds stupid to your to the mind, to the ordinary brain now, and it is stupid, right? But let's not underestimate these people. And they're saying it to Gavi. Bill Gates is saying it. All right, and the scientists. Chris is saying that's also true during COVID. People were leaving because of the lockdowns to escape the vaccine mandate, and also the fact that they were under heavy lockdowns, right? They couldn't do this and they couldn't do that, right? And people were not happy with that, right? And they left. I've spoken to many people from Canada, and they were just not happy. They left and said they don't want to go back. And Canada was a place of liberty in many years ago. But the COVID certainly changed what was happening in Canada. COVID changed our world. Let's now be clear. COVID changed our world. Our world is not going back to pre-COVID times, right? We have lost our freedoms. And that is where we are at the moment. And the more pandemics they will create is the more of our freedoms that we are going to lose. The more pandemics that are created, the more health emergencies, the more wars that are being waged, is the more our freedoms are going to be curtailed and taken away from us. Please share the live, and ladies and gentlemen, stay on the live so that you can learn and you can participate and ask your questions. I'm here available because I want to share what I have in my head and what I have researched. So make sure that you are keeping the conversation alive. They're asking, what has been worrying me is that this buildup for war with Russia, you don't feel it in day-to-day life, but Canada and the EU are preparing for war, and it is unsettling. Yeah, and it seems to me that in this way now we can divide this West and East sort of agenda. It seems to me that Trump is asking the Europeans to war with Russia. He's asking them to do him that favor of weakening Russia because the United States is already overextended, right, in places like Iran and the Middle East. So it's like he's asking them, and that's why some of them didn't want to do it. In fact, remember when Trump came into office, he asked the European nations to increase their military budget. And remember now that most of the European countries are socialist states, so they provide like free healthcare, free university, et cetera, those socialist policies, right, which cost a lot of money. And Trump wants them to divert those funds on education and healthcare to a military budget. That is what the United States does, right? So we can see, Chris, that there is something secretly going on where the United States is pushing pushing Europe into a war with Russia, right? So from that perspective, the West, yes, is definitely working against Russia in terms of having Russia not be as strong as she is. But what I always say to you is that none of them is really going to help us. So we have to look at what they're doing and see, and not just take up for the side, whether Russia or the United States, but try to say, no, we need not to have these global powers. When we have these superpowers, people, they actually destroy our world. Just like having billionaires. When you have lots of billionaires and millionaires, they destroy the middle class of the world, right? And that's what we have to understand, that we can't put ourselves on any of these powers because they are fighting for scarce they're fighting for the resources of this world, and they do not want to share it with us. They don't even want to share it among themselves, much less with us. Okay, but you're right, Chris. I accept your your comment. I agree, it changed the world, and it also shows that they can get away with these experiments. Because the experiments, Stephen, leads them, justifies that the virus is real. So if you can have a hantavirus, right, that was never transmissible from human to human, but then you can create it, you can expand up it in a lab, and you can manipulate that virus into being transmissible from human to human, then yes, then you can justify that the pandemic is real, then people are going to get sick. And when people get sick, they're going to say, yeah, that's true. What they're saying is true. Then they listen to the updates. And when they say you have to be vaccinated, everybody's going to say, yes, if I want to be cured, I have to be vaccinated. Okay, so that is the trick. This is how these guys trick us. And we have to get our acts together. They will bottle hantavirus and use it in Africa. They're going to use it everywhere, because remember now that Africa is not only, they want money, WWT tin, they want money, and for them to have money, they have to have it globally. It has to be global. Okay, it has to be a global agenda. It doesn't mean that they cannot direct more lethality to a continent, to the Caribbean. For example, in America, during the pandemic, if you remember COVID-19, they were saying how many African Americans were dying, and they were saying, is it due to their genetics? Do you remember that? And when they started saying, is it due to their genetics that many African Americans were dying, I picked up that's what they want them. They want them to die. And they will create the environment for many more Black people to die than white Americans. So that's true to an extent, but they also want whites and Asians and all these people to be vaccinated and to get money, because they want the more money they can get, the merrier. But they might have another agenda to rid the world of lots of people of African descent. That's a possibility, right? Because one agenda can have several missions, right? So we have to look carefully at what is happening. When they begin to talk about DNA and genetics, always be skeptical. When they begin to speak about genetics and your DNA linked, and I'm not suggesting that that cannot have some validity, but in the media and among elite circles, be careful when they talk about even the DNA thing that people were going about and saying that they have 2%, whatever, of African blood than 10% or 90%. I don't trust that too. They're doing something about us. They're trying to compile information about us. And we don't know how they can use that against us in future. So I see many people going online and say, oh, I'm 90% Nigerian or whatever. And, nothing is wrong with it from a superficial perspective. But knowing the world in which we live, we've got to be skeptical of everything that they're doing. We have Yusuf. Welcome to the conversation. I always hear Russia has heavy sanctions imposed on them. But how is it possible, since they have veto powers in the United Nations Security Council? That's a very, very important question. And these are the sort of thinking I want us to have. Yes, very good. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird, because not only that too, Yusuf, when they were going to Venezuela, when the Americans wanted to kidnap, which they did, Maduro and his wife, you'd have thought that China and Russia would have voted against it, or had some influential role in allowing the United States not to do it, and in other countries too, whether in Syria and other. And it doesn't seem like they do have that veto power, or if they do have it, they're certainly not using it in favor of these countries like Syria and all of the countries that the United States has invaded. It's weird. It's weird, right? It's weird. I understand that after 9/11, Russia had come to the help of the United States, and it wanted to become an ally of the United States. And George W. Bush then told them no, right? And then I understood, because he wanted to maintain that level of enmity against Russia, so that they can always justify that there's an enemy and they can go to war. Always remember that what they want to do is to always justify that there is an enemy, Just like they want to justify that there's going to be a pandemic, so they have to make sure that they create pandemics so that they can justify the reasons for vaccination. Got it? So it's the same thing. Lots of what, because, okay, if you are going to try, Yusuf, to prevent pandemics, right? Let us at Yale, at Harvard, they all have these institutions, right, where they're saying they're trying to prevent, pandemics. Yet still, these same vaccine prevention institutions at these, or units at these universities, they're causing it. Doesn't make any sense? Right. The same thing that they're trying to prevent is the same thing that they cause, that they create. Then we must be very, very careful. Yeah, so that's what I think. I think the United Nations is hypocritical. I think that the United Nations is not built to prevent wars. I think that they are used to create them. I think the United Nations is controlled by the United States, and they just have this facade that that China and Russia and all these countries have veto powers. That's my take. I don't know about yours. Yeah, so yes, it had nothing to do with genetics, right? It had nothing to do when they were telling us about Black Americans and genetics. Had nothing to do. It was the same thing about, the testing and sometimes nutrition. All of these things were not said to, that some African Americans are not eating the best foods, right? The ability, also healthcare, right? Can they go to, have frequent medical checkups and all of that stuff? So there was just a list of factors that they should have looked at, but they were interested. Oh, is it that the African Americans are genetically different from white Americans, why they were dying at disproportionate rate to their white counterparts? But that was not true. Let me get some water. Can you give me 1 second? Let me get some water. I'm really choking. Yes, so I'm back. So we have here, the veto cannot be imposed to stop an act of war. However, it can prevent any kind of consequences of it. Well, if it can't be done to prevent it, why have it? And if you're saying the consequences of it, it's going to have great consequences. So what is the consequence that it's going to be able to prevent? Does it make any sense? Yeah, so that law would not make any sense, because the war is going to be high. It's going to have serious consequences. War have serious consequences that cannot be prevented. The best thing to prevent the consequences of the war is to avoid it, right? Because if you have war, you're going to have serious consequences, including the spread of diseases, of pathogens. Okay? So that is what we have to. So what they're saying there, Yusuf, would not make any sense. Hepatitis C medicine costs, is it 80,000? 80,000 in USA, while it costs 1,000 in India. Yeah, that is something that is also amazing, because the United States healthcare system is so privatized that it's all about profit making and not, giving. And that's what I'm saying to you, that we all have to look, when we have pandemics, in whose interest. Follow the money, as Stephen Knight says. Chris is saying the US bribes and manipulates nations to vote along with it in the UN. Plus, the US and EU have a lot of influence or control over global trade and economic systems like SWIFT. First of all, the European Union is controlled by the United States. The European countries really are not independent, right? And we have seen it time and time again that whatever the United States says, that is what they do. Even when they protest and they grumble like children and say, oh, whoa, 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 right? Behind the scenes, they have nothing but to support the United States in whatever war effort that it is engaged in. All right. So we have to always remember that all of this is just smoke and screen. Plus, the US dollar as world reserve currency gives the US power to play these power games. You're correct. So how powerful are these countries, Chris? That's what we have to ask. How powerful are they? Yes, they are superpowers, but if they still have to submit to US authority, to US desires, then how can they even help us in Africa if they don't have that level of autonomy? Are we seeing that? Are we understanding that? We have to ask ourselves these questions. Okay? Make sure you're sharing the live so we can get more people. So those who are joining, we are looking at from COVID to Hantavirus or climate lockdowns next. And I think let us look at what Nurse Campbell, John Nurse Campbell was saying to us, because he had a video up and he probably is breaking down better than I can do because he's a nurse and he's a nurse educator. So he can, John Campbell and Hantavirus. So we have Nurse John Campbell and Hantavirus. He had a video out today. So we just want to see how he breaks down and what his views are on the latest in the pandemic. All right. And he has over 107K views in 6 hours. That's amazing. I'm going to share my screen with you guys. Give me a second. Let me get this advert off the screen and get it out to you now. Let me share my screen with you and share my screen. And we're going to look at what John Campbell has to say about the pandemic. Share. And are you seeing it? Please let me know. You're probably not seeing it yet. Let me see if I can. Where is the thing to share? Okay, it's right here. Okay, so let me now turn on the volume.
Welcome to this talk. Now, there's been a lot of questions about Hantavirus, which has been found on a cruise liner or a small cruise boat. And there does seem to be human-to-human transmission. Now, normally, this hantavirus is just spread from rodents to humans, but it is known to spread from human to human with some forms of the virus, and that does seem to be happening at the moment. So is there going to be a large-scale outbreak? Is there going to be another pandemic? Well, that's what we're going to answer in this video. If you haven't got time to watch, the answer is no, there's not. But it is quite interesting, and there are a few points of concerns that are worth going over. But if you're rushing out to work, don't worry, there's not going to be a hantavirus pandemic. At least I don't think there is. And I've looked at quite a bit of the evidence. So let's look at this in a little more detail now if you want to stick around. Now, just before we start, there's lots of evidence available, readily available. This is from the good old World Health Organization, but it does seem to get...
I'm just stopping it here just to say to you that John Campbell has been wrong. So don't listen to him when he says that he doesn't know if there's not going to be one. He is looking according to the evidence, but they can recreate evidence, and we always have to be careful. So John Campbell was the one who said that the vaccines were effective, and they weren't according to the evidence. So I don't think he should also be wiser now not to suggest that there is not going to be one, because he doesn't know.
Get this bit right. As far as I can see, cross-checked with information from the Centers for Disease Control in the States. Again, well-recorded, reliable information. This is from the UK government. Again, fairly well-recorded there. This is from the European Centre for Disease Prevention and Control. We could go on. That's from what's that? Mayo Clinic. That's from Journal of the American Medical Association. So we see that good quality evidence is readily available. That's the only point I was making there. So let's go. This is where I got some of this information from. Let's go and look at some detail. So this is the ship, the HV Honduras, a cruise ship, 148 passengers. So quite an exclusive cruise ship. I believe it goes into the sort of southern latitudes and down into southern places in Argentina and things like that. So on this ship, there's been 3 deaths, 2 confirmed infections. That probably gone up now. That was this morning. And 8 suspected cases. So there does seem to have been quite a few cases of this nasty infection. And the people are now stuck on this ship. So it can't be a very pleasant place to be stuck on. And of course, this brings back memories of COVID, where we had cruise liners with all sorts of problems with people in the early days. Now, at least 29 passengers from 12 nationalities left after April the 24th, after the first person had died. So when the first person died of this, they hadn't quite worked out what it was. They thought this person had just died sadly people do. But it did turn out to be this hantavirus. So, but by that time, people had scooted off to many parts of the world. As far as we know, Georgia, California, Arizona, probably other parts of the States. We think Canada, but that's not been confirmed. Australia, Taiwan, Germany, Netherlands, and Spain. So it is one of these interesting situations or uncomfortable situations where you can have a single focus of a viral outbreak and then people jet off all around the world. And especially with this, because the incubation period can be up to a couple of months with hantavirus. So more cases are going to be presenting as time goes on. Now, thankfully, this isn't a highly transmissible virus. It's ribonucleic acid. It's an RNA virus, same as SARS coronavirus 2 is. So it does have a reasonably high mutation rate. So there can be rapid changes to it. But the reservoir is so small. There's only, as we believe, a few tens of people, probably not more than a few hundred people infected. And although there can be some mutation, it's not likely. The only proviso I've really got is if this South American strain, this Andean strain of hantavirus, were to infect someone at the same time as a European strain of hantavirus, then potentially two different types of hantavirus infecting one cell at the same time could give rise to a recombination, which could be more transmissible. But that is very unlikely to occur for reasons that we'll see. It's not impossible, but it is unlikely. This is why we shouldn't be too unduly concerned about this, although there are some interesting points to learn from it. So 2 Brits are self-isolating at home. As far as we know, there's 7 people from the UK on the ship. One woman who's not a passenger from the Netherlands, presumably a family member, is being assessed, and there's a KLM stewardess who looked after someone on the way home. So someone flying home from the ship to in Argentina, I believe, to Netherlands could well have infected one of the stewardesses, who's currently in an isolation ward at Amsterdam Hospital, and we hope she makes a good recovery. And the ship is currently anchored, not docked in Tenerife. They won't let it dock. So as far as we know, there's probably about 120 people absolutely just stuck on this ship in very small rooms. It must be a very unpleasant environment. And even though the virus isn't very transmissible, all these people are really close together. So the chances of person-to-person spread on the ship, to be quite honest, are probably fairly good, fairly high. And it must be a very concerning time for those people, although we do believe that they're going to get off in the next few days, we believe. Because the passengers are currently confined to relatively small rooms on the ship. As we said, it's a Southern Oceans cruise, not one of these sort of common cruises that you and I might go on. People that zoom off up to glaciers on Zodiacs and things like that. Sounds great fun, but anyway, not this particular cruise. 2 tropical disease doctors have gone on board. Now, I don't know whether they've stayed on board, but they can obviously assess for people that are symptomatic. People that are symptomatic could be airlifted off to isolation for treatment. I would imagine, we know they've already checked the ship for rats. We believe that no rats are on the ship. So the infection, the people that got the initial infection probably got it in Argentina, which is a common reservoir of the virus, wildlife and rodents, particularly in Argentina. So they probably got it on land, but it's probably transmitted on the ship because of the small localized environment on the ship, the person-to-person transmission on the ship, which is known to happen. And also these doctors will be advising on deep cleaning the ship and using the right disinfectants and preventing infections and all sorts of things like that. So the Spanish authorities are on top of this. It's currently in the Canary Islands, as we said, Tenerife. So now you might have heard Gene Hackman, the American actor, his wife, Arakawa, apologies for the pronunciation, did actually die of this virus. She definitely died of hantavirus. That's been confirmed. March 2025, New Mexico. Now, Gene Hackman himself did not die of the virus. He died of pre-existing causes, although he and his wife died within about a week of each other, I think. But Mrs. Hackman did die of hantavirus, so that is confirmed. And she did get it directly from rodents on the farm, almost, or rodents in their house, campus, wherever they lived, fairly directly. Interestingly, Korean hemorrhagic fever has been known about since the Korean War. Now, during the Korean War, 1950 to 1953, there was well, technically it's still going on, of course, Korea is still divided, but there was about 3,000 cases of this mystery illness, Korean hemorrhagic fever, where there was internal bleeding and kidney failure. In fact, those of you that are my kind of age will remember the TV series MASH. Who could forget Major Houlihan? Moving on quickly. It was featured on a couple episodes of that, so it's a well-recognized thing from the Korean War. But the virus itself wasn't isolated until 1976. So known about then via description, but the actual virus itself not isolated till 1976. But this Korean hemorrhagic fever suffered by a lot of American servicemen. And I believe that the death rate here was reasonably high. I don't know what it was, but it was probably about 40% of cases. It depends on the supportive treatment that were given, but quite a high fatality rate from this virus. And it's named, in the good old days when we named viruses after where they start from the Hatton River area in South Korea. Now, the one on the boat is the Andes strain of Hantavirus. And this is endemic. It's there all the time in Argentina. It's common in the long-tailed pygmy rice rat, and I believe in quite a few other rodents as well. It's rodent transmitted, that they are the reservoir, and normally the infection goes directly from rodents to people. But as we've said, certainly with the Andean strain, it can go from person to person, although not highly transmissible. Andes human-to-human transmission is documented. We know that already.
Okay, so I'll attach it more, and you can listen to it more in your free time. But one of the things that, did I stop the video? Was I about to come out? Let me see how I'm going to come out of this thing again. How do I get out of this thing now? Can you see me, guys? Are you seeing me? Do you want to listen more to the video? Do you want to listen more to what he's saying about it? Let me hear. Should I continue to listen to it? Do you want to listen to it more? Should we go more with the video? Please let me know in the comment section. Do you want us to go more with the video? Should I continue the video with John Campbell? Okay. Okay, you can see me. Can you see me well? I'm seeing myself. The picture is not as what it was. Oh, let me see. Let me see here if I can change it. Do you want to see the video more? Oh, yeah. All right. So let me make you see. Let me share back the video with you. Let me see if I can share back the video. I don't know why it's like that on the video. When I start to share my things, a problem with this thing here. Yeah, I'm having some problem with my thing here because it doesn't want to. It's going back to that screen sharing thing. Let me share and have you listen more to the video. Or share screen, and let me go back to the video with Hantavirus and John Campbell. Yeah, and let me come back here now and put him on the screen. But he's not on the screen. Yeah, I'm having some terrible problem with the screen sharing thing. Oh, okay, it's here. Okay, good. So let me put the thing now here on the thing.
There are all the references for the evidence that we're using in this video that I've already clicked through. Now, there is a virus in the UK that's known as Seoul virus, Seoul as in the Seoul Olympics in South Korea, where it was first identified. This tends to affect the kidneys rather than the lungs, and it's found in wild brown rats worldwide, all over, very rarely in pet rats, normally in wild rats. And this may be transmissible from person to person, but there's no cases of it. So as far as we know, it's not transmitted person to person as far as we know. Although I would have thought that healthcare workers would be at risk if they came into direct contact with urine and things like that. But officially the sites are saying now it's not transmissible person to person, whereas the respiratory form is. And there's been isolated incidents, at least in the UK, of this Sol virus since 2012. Right, transmission to humans, mainly through contact with infected rodents, so mice, voles, rats. Now, what actually happens is it comes from their waste products. So what happens here is that the waste products, that's the urine, saliva, feces from these animals, it dries out. And then when people are cleaning out the areas, you get dust and they breathe it in, and that's how it gets into the lungs of the person it's infected. So it is from airborne, dried urine, feces, saliva, presumably blood, from infected rodents. That's how people get it. Therefore, people that are more likely to get it work with rodents, keep rodents as pets, are generally exposed to rodents or cleaning them out more commonly. Just reading an article in the Telegraph, there was a woman caught in Colorado where there's quite a few cases, and she was changing the tire on a car, and she took out the spare wheel and she found a mouse's nest underneath the wheel. So she just cleaned it out, thought nothing of it, and then got this Hantavirus because when she was cleaning it out, she'll have thrown the dust into the air. The dried out urine and feces will have hung in the air and she'll have breathed it in. That is the risk. Most cases are transmitted that way. Breathing in contaminated particles is basically how it's transmitted. So old dusty places, sweeping out old dusty places. I must say I've done this myself. I found old mice nests under a bench in the garage, and I've just sort of swept it out. Never thought about it, really. Hantavirus, I did check back in my trusty Davidson's Principles and Practices of Medicine. It is known, but I don't remember it. I've certainly never seen a case of it. Pretty uncommon, but it is in the textbooks. So this is something that's known and recognised. Although a quick poll amongst friends this morning, doctors and nurses, that they hadn't heard of it. So it's more the specialists that would have heard of this, virologists, doctors that specialise in infectious diseases. It's not commonly seen at all, thankfully. So old dusty places, barns, attics, sheds, cabins. Virus-contained particles become airborne, and that can cause hantavirus pulmonary syndrome as it gets into the lungs. Then, of course, there's the potential for touching contaminated surface going to the mouth and nose, much the same as COVID. Bites are possible. Eating contaminated food, so if a rat's walked over your dinner and weed on it, then yes, that's a potential risk. Human-to-human transmission, difficult, but it does happen. Close contacts, partners, marriage partners, households, people sharing rooms, communal sleeping, things like that. Or as we've seen, this cruise ship where it was pretty small rooms, often in pretty cold environments if it was down south towards Antarctica. So very often one would imagine the doors were shut and the people were huddled inside. That's when you tend to get this kind of transmission, but difficult to catch. It's nothing like as transmissible as COVID or measles, nowhere near that transmissible. And there's way less cases. Now, having said that, at the moment, the healthcare officials around the world are scrambling to find all these people that escaped from the ship and went to all these different countries before it was diagnosed. After that first gentleman died, but it wasn't diagnosed. And their contacts, as we've already mentioned, the air stewardess from KLM, who may have sadly have contracted it, who was relatively close to people flying back home. US Centre for Disease Control, so fairly uncommon in terms of diagnosis. 864 cases since 93 to 2023. So not many, but of course, many more people will have caught it than have been diagnosed. Now, in fact, there's not a lot of studies on this, but the prevalence of antibodies, the number of people with antibodies in the community, in the UK seems to be about 2%. In the States, probably slightly higher, especially in places like Colorado, New Mexico. Maybe in Argentina, it could be as high as 6%. So a relatively small number of people have had this virus. And when you talk to people who are antibody positive, who've been found in surveys, they normally don't know they've had it. So we must assume that people have had an intercurrent illness and got better and not realized they'd had hantavirus infection, or had a very mild case and maybe not even realized they were ill. So many people getting infected don't get very ill, but a proportion do. This is the problem. And for the people that do get ill, the mortality is quite high, which is the big risk, maybe 5 to 15, 20%, different figures from different sources. So, yeah, some has been identified, but of course, the vast majority won't have been tested. 40 states in the United States for sure, mostly from rural areas in the West, including California, Washington, Arizona, New Mexico, and Colorado are the main areas. Now, the rodents themselves, the rats, mice, voles, once they're infected for life, but very often they don't, well, you can't say they're asymptomatic because you can't ask them, but there's no obvious signs that they're ill. They don't demonstrate clinical features. You get clusters in some areas. It seems that it's spread in areas where rats and mice breed in close proximity. So there are clusters. So it's quite possible that the rats in your compost heap don't have it, but the rats in 50 miles away do. That's quite possible. But not many of us have had it. Of course, that's good because it means that it's not a common disease, but it's bad because it means we won't have much immunity to it. Not that we're expecting an outbreak, we are not, although there could be localized cases, as we've said, which are being checked up on. Can be a very long incubation period. I mean, 8 weeks would be, I guess, the upper limit. I mean, 6 weeks is probably more common, but very long incubation period, but certainly potentially up to a couple of months. Now, what's going wrong here? There's immune reaction. So there's an immune reaction in the lungs, a bit like in COVID, really, in immunological inflammation. Causes inflammation, and that causes fluid to accumulate in the lungs. They get pulmonary edema and breathing.
I'll stop there. Yeah, I stop there, and we can continue our discussion. You know, one of the things that I see about John Campbell is that he's giving the raw scientific information, which is good because we need to have that. So those of you who listen to him regularly, he's great at, summarizing the scientific perspective, which is what we need at this moment. However, what he's not very good at, he doesn't understand. Well, I think he understands, but he does it also in a very sarcastic manner, suggesting that, okay, these things, we're not going to have a pandemic. But he's not looking at how science has been politicized, right? And that much of what we see now as science is really politically driven and economically driven. That is what he's not looking at. So he's giving you the raw information according to scientific fact. But we can't see the world through scientific lens only. We have to look at the world through other lens, right? So we have the profit-making lens, and we also have the politically driven lens. So when we talk about gain of function, which I found him to be naive, not knowing that these viruses can be manipulated, and well, I haven't listened to the entire video, but I hope he will say that even though the science behind this hantavirus is not likely that it will be transmissible from human to human, but if it is actually a gain of function laboratory created virus, it has been enhanced or manipulated, it might become. That is what I was expecting him to give, that sort of analysis, which it's lacking. I am not sure, maybe he's trying not to get his channel removed or get any sort of punishment, but at least he could have said that. Right? Say that based on the scientific evidence, this might not be a pandemic. It might not result in a pandemic. However, if it is at all enhanced, manipulated in a lab, it is possible. And then the diagnosis might be very different. Remember now that the coronavirus was also not one in which it was going to be so highly transmissible, right? And aerosolized. They came about that, yes, it was airborne. And afterwards, we heard that it was not airborne. But because they had manipulated it, then it became more transmissible from human to human. So the same thing with this virus. It might not scientifically be a virus that can be easily transmitted from human to human, but if it is at all manipulated in a laboratory, it might become. If you understand what I'm saying. Do you understand what I'm saying? And that is what I was expecting John Campbell to do, but oftentimes he does not do these sort of deep analysis. Let's go to Stephen here. Hope you're seeing the thing on my screen. I don't want to get out of the thing again. I don't know why is it so small on my screen now. I remember, if they don't control their central banking, they have no power. Absolutely. And Stephen is saying, I want to call that a cruise ship. I'm thinking around 3,000, not 148. This is very contained, if you get what I'm trying to say. No, yeah, a lot of these viruses are easily contained, but they don't want to contain them. And that's the point. They want to manipulate them so that they can get out of hand and that they can say that we need vaccines and all of that stuff. And we have, why don't these people go? Why don't they let those people go? They have the technology to keep them on there and do what you believe. There are no bats on the ship. I don't know. Yeah, lots of confusion with what they're telling us. We can see you. Thank you so much, Chris. Hope you're seeing me well. More information into John Campbell couldn't hurt. Right, yeah. John Campbell is, as I'm saying, giving us the raw science, the raw scientific information, but oftentimes he does not get into the politically driven motivation behind the science. All right, so you also have to be very careful of what John Campbell is saying, because he probably is not looking at the political agenda and also the economic agenda. He's just looking at it as what the book knowledge of the scientific book knowledge says, and that's it. Plus, we have the election in November. Absolutely. So all of these things could be electioneering. All of these things could be electioneering and moving our attention from what Trump is doing into this thing. I also think the war in Iran is also something that they're setting up, that we will be distracted and they can bomb Iran or do whatever they want to do with that country and create a war that is unjustified. Yes. So thanks for the video. Yes, and thank you so much for watching. But I just want you to say that he's a very good source in terms of scientific knowledge, but he's never a good source in terms of looking at the political, economic implications of these viruses. And that is where he sort of misled his public during the COVID-19 pandemic. Very great orator, very good at summarizing scientific information in layman terms. But in terms of looking at the political, economic, and other types of agenda, John Campbell is not the person. Even though he insinuates in his language, if you notice, he said that, well, this is not going to be, I used to clean out my garage and saw, droppings of mice, but, it was never of any concern to me. What he was implying, or what he was inferring, is that he doesn't understand why the powers that be are making this a big deal. But they could be making a big deal because they know that they have manipulated a virus and it might become something that will be transmissible from human to human. So we have to watch out, and we have to make sure that we are following the news as best as we can. Okay? Let me come out. When I share the screen with you, let me see if I can put it back here and get here. Yeah, I look better now. Yeah, I feel like I'm interacting with you now. Yeah, okay. So any comments based on his review of the virus? Do you have any comments? What do you think? Do you think we need to be concerned, or do you think, like John Campbell is asserting, it's not going to be of any major concern, and we just need to just ignore what they're telling us? What do you think? It's a Friday, and maybe you want to go now to enjoy yourselves and to rest from your work and your school and whatever activities in which you're engaged. Some of you might be going to church tomorrow. So I don't want you to keep you long. We perhaps want to go and get ourselves together. Any final comments before we go? Yeah, okay, I'm coming there. Yes. And if coming back to you, yes, I see somebody here saying something. Stephen is saying we should be concerned if government is involved. Well, the government is always involved. You see, because they are the ones who give us the directives, right? So then the private sector, work with them, and the scientists also are now more political than they are scientific, and that is what Mr. John Campbell should have told us. We learned from COVID that science also has been transformed. He himself, when he was giving at the beginning of the video, and he was showing us all of these reputable scientific journals, should not have done that, because he knows that what happened during the pandemic, that all of these journals that we were depending on to give us the right information and to guide us, what did they do? They misinformed us. So he should have learned his lesson. I don't see a John Campbell that has been transformed. I see a John Campbell that is still doing what he normally does. That's my take on what he did. But it has generated over 100,000 views. We should all practice better hygiene. Yes. The thing about it is that you might go to a restaurant, Stephen, and so right now it can, even in the supermarkets, even in our supermarkets, sometimes you go there and you don't know if a mice, actually peed on something that you're buying, because rats are always in, they're everywhere. They're in restaurants, in supermarkets, so how are we going to prevent, sometimes being in contact with whatever they have left, whatever waste that they have left? It's going to be difficult. It's going to be highly difficult. But yes, in our environment, in our respective environments that we're control over, we have some amount of control over, we have to ensure cleanliness and that we practice good hygiene, right? So that we don't have to. What I'm concerned about, I'm not sure if you are likewise, is the fact whenever I hear airborne, you have to be concerned about what they're going to do. Because once they say airborne, they're going to lock us down. That's the point, because they're going to tell us that, to prevent and all of this mask wearing again. And, that was for me a nightmare, the mask wearing I couldn't deal with, right? This constant having to have mask over my nose, right? Which was, not enabling me to breathe properly. I didn't like, and I think that it also put things into our lungs, things that we don't want to be in our lungs, and we are re-inhaling or the carbon dioxide. I mean, I didn't like that. So I hope that will not be another what they call a public emergency, or public measure, I should say, public measure that is used to combat this disease. Can't deal with the masking and other things. So once they say airborne, I am skeptical. I think it could result in a pandemic. That's what I mean by governmental involvement. Airborne scares me. Yeah, it's the airborne thing. That is what he should have said. Hopefully this airborne thing, is not going to be of any great significance. And remember now, when you're dealing with these people, what they've done during COVID, the COVID virus, who to tell? They can just unleash rats upon in our environment, and all of a sudden we are rat infested, right? Mice infested. And then we are inhaling all of these things and we get sick. And when people get sick, then they get scared because they're saying it's real, and we have to do whatever our health officials tell us to do. Okay, so we have to look at it from all angles, right? And not just look at it from a scientific perspective. We've got to look at the economics, the politics, and we saw it during COVID. Why have we forgotten so quickly? That is what is scaring me too, that our people have not yet learned their lessons, including John Campbell. Or as I'm saying, maybe he has, but he's not willing to share with you what he has learned, because maybe then his channel will be taken down. So he's very much careful of what he says and what he discloses, right? But be wary of people who just tell you these, in superficial information, and they're gone. And then you have to deal with. Remember now that there are people who died from his giving information to hundreds of thousands of people. Okay, so you have to make sure that you inform yourselves and you make decisions that are, will not hurt you and your family. Okay, don't listen to me and don't listen to, when I say you can listen to us, but you make sure that you confirm, you corroborate all of the information that we're given, including John Camp, who's very knowledgeable. Don't get me wrong, he's a very knowledgeable scientist or science educator, whatever you want to call him. But sometimes he can be very naive in his take on some things. Any other comments, questions? I thought that this live would have brought lots of people on it, to see what's going on. It seems like we're more interested in the iShow speed entertainment gimmickry. Yeah, but make sure you're sharing the live, you're liking it, so that we can have other people. If needs be, we can also end it and you can share it so that we can get information, because this might end up be something that they are, concocting because of the confusion that surrounds the world. And the more confused we are, is the more they are going to unleash these things upon us. Trevor is saying, no, I think some of us did not get the notification. Wow. And that is what I'm saying. Many of them don't give lots of time, Trevor, they don't send the notification out. Even don't wait for the notification. Ladies and gentlemen, do not wait for the notification of my videos. More than likely, I post a video almost every day, maybe with some exceptions, maybe not every day, but most of the times I'm publishing every day. All right. So if you don't see any notification, please check my channel, and you will see the videos there. The algorithm is not sending the videos out. I think they're sending them to the wrong audience. That's my opinion, and the wrong audience don't want to see my videos. They're not sending out to my real audience, and that's what's creating the problem. Yes, I for one only just saw you were on, right? Yeah, so make sure, Trevor, that you look every day. You'll see a video, or you might see a notification of a live, and you can make sure that you interact with it. Lockdown anytime soon. Well, if the virus becomes out of hand, they're still tracking and tracing, then they will lock down. They are going to decide. Remember that the lockdowns came by surprise. So let's not think that they are going to tell us, weeks in advance or months in advance before anything happens. Depending on the cases, the number of cases that they tell us, then they might decide to do that. Remember, too, they told us the last time that they locked down for 2 weeks, and then we were locked down for years. Okay, so they have a way of doing that. So they're building the argument after we've been convinced and we're scared to death, and they will decide whether or not we're going to have a lockdown. But it is possible. When I hear this airborne thing, I don't like this airborne nonsense that I'm hearing, okay? Because that is something, when they say something is airborne, it is time to quarantine. That's why they quarantined us during COVID, because it was airborne, and because of that, it was transmissible. If somebody coughs, if somebody sneezes, we would get coronavirus. Remember, too, as John Campbell is saying, which he was saying very in a naive manner, coronaviruses were not necessarily, we've been living with coronavirus for years, right? So when they said it first, it was something that they were not taking seriously. Real scientific people were not taking seriously until they learned that it was manipulated. The coronavirus, that strain was manipulated. He's also saying that the strain in Korea is different from the Andean strain in Argentina. So we don't know if they've actually, manipulated that strain in South America coming from Argentina. I was so vexed with John Campbell in the early stages of COVID. I was like, he seems smart enough to know what this isn't quite what the government is telling us. Right. for some, I don't know. I cut him some slack during the COVID pandemic, but for him to come again, I'm not saying he should be predicting what he doesn't know, because you and I don't know. And I'm saying when we're asking, is there going to be a lockdown? I don't know, but I'm saying we have to be careful about what we're hearing from them, because it's not just about science and the facts that come with scientific knowledge of diseases. It's about economics and the political agenda that they have, which he was not. He should have. I'm not saying he's no politician and he's no, economist, but he should have alluded that this is the kind of information I have. But ladies and gentlemen, remember that during COVID, we also had economic and political agenda. He said nothing. He was just giving this thing like he's sure, and he's almost very certain that it's highly unlikely that it might become a pandemic. Okay, so I think he should be more knowledgeable, should be wiser at least. WHO is saying that there's nothing to be worried about. They always tell us that. Remember that COVID, we heard that too. Is that true, or they're trying to calm things down? Yeah, we don't know if that's a thing. They're not giving us sufficient information, and if they even give us some information, they withhold others, and I think they want to see how fearful are we. And if we respond in a fearful manner, then perhaps they will hit and say that it's serious. But the WHO and these people had told us about, coronavirus, that we didn't have to worry about it too, and then eventually we had to. So who knows what these guys are doing? Pedro is saying, Trevor is healing up Trevor. And Stephen King is saying, I think he has to choose his words wisely. I think that's what he's doing. Yeah, and he does a good job of doing that. I could learn from him. Yeah, he does a good job of choosing his words wisely, because one time his video was actually taken down, or he was sort of punished from several days. His videos could not be seen on YouTube. So I think that he has built his channel. He has over how many million? 3 million subscribers. So he doesn't want to lose his channel, and that's understood. So I think he's choosing, as you said, Stephen Knight, his words very wisely indeed. Pedro is saying, the WHO said in 2022 that hantavirus is a side effect. Wow. But it's interesting, as John Campbell is saying, that this has been around for years, the hantavirus, and it has not really impacted us, as people. Another thing I had to ask John Campbell: how was he certain that the gentleman's wife, she died of hantavirus? He can only say that's what he was told, but I don't think there's any way he can say that it's true. Pedro Jamot is saying from the Pfizer vaccine. Okay, from the Pfizer vaccines. Some of these vaccines also have been having a lot of side effects, and some people are suggesting that some of these diseases were also implanted into some of these vaccines. So these are some things to think about. Okay, we don't know what they're putting into the vaccines, right? So we have to be careful of the vaccines. Okay, I would encourage you, those of you who are online, to try to find natural remedies of building your immune system and look if there are natural remedies to combat hantavirus, and don't depend on what these medical experts are telling you. All right, because John Campbell, he was there and pushing that thing, pushing the V, and he eventually got injured from the V. And then he stopped promoting it. Okay? So you can't trust anybody. You just have to read for yourselves and ask questions. Let me see. She could have died of a mix of disease, right, and broken heart. Yeah, we don't know. He's like talking, yeah, it's a fact. We don't know if it's a fact. We can only say it's alleged, it is said, it is reported, right? But and this is what I'm saying, that he can be very naive in his description. I think he could use those words. It's alleged, but don't come and tell us that because he does. None of us can say of a fact that she died from hantavirus, but it's reported. It's alleged. Trevor is saying, remember the VAERS was shut down last time. Right. Yeah. Yeah, we need to, and 6 years, it's amazing how 6 years have passed so quickly, and human memory is sort of getting weaker because we don't really remember everything that happened. Thank you for reminding me of theirs, because I didn't remember about theirs, because, or we lose after a while, we're moving on to other things and we have other things that arrest our attention. So I forgot about theirs, but you're correct. You're correct, Trevor. Yeah. So let's remind ourselves, and if we can remember things, to sort of prod each other's memory of what took place during COVID. So when we see them being replayed, we can say, here goes that thing, here goes that word again. I'm not doing this, right? So these are things that we need to do, because sometimes we do forget, things like these, the institutions, theirs, and whatever. I completely forgot about theirs. And I'm sure some of you did too. Any other comment? I like the discussion, because I could stay here the entire night, because I like to discuss these things. I think that there's a book called The Real Anthony Fauci. How many of you read that book? The Real Anthony Fauci by Kennedy Jr., Robert Kennedy Jr. He wrote that book, and that book is very instructive. Dr. Pierre Corey, they also wrote books about it that you need to read too. And there was another book written by another very important American author on the pandemic. When I remember, I will tell you. But I read about at least 5 books that we should read, and maybe we should start off with The Real Anthony Fauci. Would you want us to read that book and to get informed, because we need to inform ourselves, because in that book, in The Real Anthony Fauci, he discloses a lot of the military and the economic interests, the vested interests that were behind COVID. So it was not just about science. And Dr. John Campbell, he also recommended that book. He highly recommended that book, and he was actually fascinated with the book. Right. So I was wondering, why did he just come and give us this sort of lame sort of review? Well, he's getting over 100,000 views, so it's not lame, I guess, in the eyes of people. Remember Australia in 2024, viruses were stolen, taken from a lab. And as you talk about that, Pedro, I can't trust Argentina also, because Argentina has a fascist, president, and he's very, he's weird. Right. So the fact that it's coming from Argentina is also questionable. Chris is saying, I wanted to get my hands on that Real Anthony Fauci. I was following Pierre Corey, Harvey Wright, and Harvey Reich. Harvey Reich is a very brilliant man. I don't know if I've read any. Did he write a book on anything on the pandemic? Did Harvey Reich write a book on the pandemic? But you can get the Real Anthony Fauci on PDF. There you have PDF copies. I didn't buy the book. I actually read it online. Downloaded a PDF version. So there are PDF versions of the Real Anthony Fauci, for those of you who can't afford or you don't want to buy. Pedro Jamati is saying he went far as back as the AIDS pandemic, right? And we have to link. And he went into a lot of things. And let me tell you something, that Real Anthony Fauci book is damning. I mean, if the entire populace had really read that book, Fauci would be in prison. I don't see how he couldn't or he wouldn't, because it's real damning. It's really documented proof. It's not like he's saying it's alleged. He's showing us, he's giving us the receipts. And even John Campbell said it. He was saying that he has never seen a book so well documented. So he's not just saying things, he's giving you the receipts. And many of us should read that book, The Real Anthony Fauci by Robert F. Kennedy. Stephen Knight is saying, yes, we need to read the book that, because he has a lot to do with the AIDS epidemic. Yeah, it was when I read that book and then I started doing other research, Stephen, that I saw that he is dangerous. And there was another scientist also at Berkeley, I forgot his name, and he was also long into the 80s saying that AIDS was a concocted disease. Do you know that Anthony Fauci caused that man, that professor at Berkeley, to lose his entire career? having published his book, and he went to many conferences around the world with evidence. He was a brilliant scientist. I forgot his name. And he lost his career. Anthony Fauci destroyed his career. And I can't tell you how many people's career that he has destroyed who went against him. This is a powerful system that we have to understand. It's much more than science, and we have to really wake up to that. Chris is saying Australia was doing some stuff that was crossing way too many lines during the pandemic. They were worse than Canada. I understand that Australia was worse than what we saw introduce Canada. Yes, I understand that they were not nice. They too, people. In fact, I don't know if many of you watch this lady from Australia. She is, what's her name? I think she's like a naturopath, right? What's her name again? Barbara O'Neill. Barbara O'Neill. Do you know her? She was, because of her natural remedies, she cured a lot of people. And do you know that Australia wanted to imprison her? She had to run. She had to leave Australia. But, she went to court, obviously, and she won the case just like minimally. She was almost, she said, imprisoned in Australia. Barbara O'Neill, and thankfully her children are in the United States, and she was able to leave Australia. She goes back to and from, but they're telling her that she cannot teach what she teaches about natural remedies in Australia. She can't. If she does it, she's going to be imprisoned. So Australia is an authoritarian state. Talk about the West. Yeah, Australia is an authoritarian state. It is. Stephen Knight is saying, what is crazy is the media did not question this man's background. This is right. I don't understand if we knew all this, the meeting had to get the wind of all of this. Yeah. Let me say something. I really wonder too about Robert Kennedy. Do you think, having revealed, and I really wonder, where did he get this information from? I mean, I would want to think Robert Kennedy has some sort of inner... Is he involved in the whole thing, with the whole agenda? By the way, there's a video, I have not yet watched it, that is was published, was it yesterday, by this African American YouTuber, and she was saying that Robert Kennedy is tied to, is it Palantir, or that company that is into surveillance and all of that stuff. I think it's Palantir or whatever. Yeah, he's tied to those people. All right. So it seems, although Robert Kennedy has written this very important book, he is an insider. And this is what we have to understand. There are times when people might give us important information, like the Tucker Carlson. Some of you were shocked when I talked about Tucker Carlson and this other Jeffrey Sachs and these people. They might give you great information, and you take it, and you are appreciative of what they're doing, and you look at the facts, and nothing is wrong with that. But don't believe in some of these guys, like the Tucker Carlsons, and they are part of the whole system, right? But sometimes they allow them to pretend as if they are just revealing things and the system is against them, and they act that way. And Robert F. Kennedy seems to be one of these people. I don't think that you can trust him 100%. When I knew I could not trust Robert Kennedy was when he revealed that he actually voted for Hillary Clinton twice, and he is very close to the Clintons. And anybody who's close to the Clintons has to be corrupt, right? Yeah, but I think he's an insider. He destroyed Judy Wright Mitrovic. Yeah, I read. And she's a brilliant woman, right? She's a brilliant woman. And at the start of the pandemic, she came out when she was saying that about him. I took her with a grain of salt. But when I read the real Anthony Fauci's book, and I read other people's works, right, I realized that he has a lot of power. Anthony Fauci wields a lot of power in the scientific industry, a lot. Palantir, right? Palantir, yeah. I understand that RF Kennedy is tied to that, and what's her name? Sabby Sabs, right? Sabby Sabs is the YouTuber. Do you know her? She's an African American YouTuber, and I haven't watched her video yet, so I can't tell you what was the content. But the title was RFK is tied to Palantir. So be careful too. Always read these books and learn as much as you can from the John Campbells and the Tucker Carlsons and the Redacted and all these people, but you don't know what they're tied to, right? So you just have to do, do your best to get information. Chris is saying RFK is tricky. Yeah, I think he's tricky. He invalidated all his work regarding his stance on Palestine. Right. That's also a good point you're raising here, Chris, that he too was ifing and butting about Palestine. Right, and it's almost like he was on the side of the Jews, and the Jews were always, what do you call it now, prosecuted and this anti-Semitic and whatever. So notice how they can change their stance. And today they might be, they're anti-imperialist today, and tomorrow they are pro-imperialist, right? And that's why we have to watch them. We have to watch them and watch them closely with everything. I also saw Tucker Carlson too. I don't know if you've watched this video of him, but Patrick from the BET was questioning the Vatican and the Vatican's role in what's going on in the world, and he was asking some important questions, and Tucker Carlson was offended. He was like, does he think the Vatican, and what about the Jews? And he was almost like acting, but I think Patrick was acting too, but I think both of them were acting in terms of who really controls the power system behind the scenes. So it was painful to watch. Yes. So I like that you brought this, Chris, because I think that was also another thing that, you had to put a question mark at RFK's, what do you call it now, his truth-telling skills, or whose side is he on? But remember now, he's a Kennedy, and the Kennedys are part of a powerful, structure, political. They're behind the U.S. politics. She and Rashid Buttar came out flying. Yeah, how did he die? Look at Rashid Buttar. How did he die, and die so, the whole system is scary, right? Rashid Buttar, he just died like that, right? A man who was giving a lot of good information. Yes, what Sabby Sabs is good. I must say, I must commend her. I used to see her a lot, but I watched her one time on the Hill, and the way how she handled herself. She's professional, and I think Sabby Sabs she has a very interesting, how do I put it now? She wants to arrive at the truth. She doesn't, she's balanced. And that's what I like about her. She's not trying to side with any side and say that this is person, whatever, or she's Democrat or Republican. I like her show. Very balanced African-American lady she is. Sabby Sab too, hooked on race. She does that, but I think that, I don't think she does it in a way now that is obsessed. I like people who talk about race. Some people come and think that, like the Lions champions, they probably say, I don't like race. And I talk about race too, but I'm not obsessed with it. Like the other guy, this other Black American guy, what's his name again? And he was on CNN, and everything is race. All the programs are race different. But with Sabby Sabs, she talks about it in the right context. And there are racial problems in the United States, and she highlights them, and nothing is wrong with that. But she's not obsessed with it. And she will call a Black person out if he needs to be called out. The other day, she did a video on Obama. I think it attracted over 64 K views, and she deserved those views because she talked about the fact how Obama was very deceiving, right? So she's not seeing like Black people are wonderful and white people are horrendous. She's not, having that sort of a narrative and framing it from that angle. She's just looking and calling a spade a spade. I like her. I do like her. Does she have flaws like myself? Yeah, she does. Yes. I think I like Sabby Sab. I think she's balanced. Probably one of the most balanced YouTubers you have out there. Trevor saying you can't trust RFK, and yes, Judy Mikovits even went as far as exposing Fauci's hand in shutting down breakthroughs. Right, she did that, curing HIV, and explained his influence to push medication instead, etc. Blackballed her. Yes, he destroyed her career. He destroyed her career. What she said too, interestingly, Trevor rather, is that the research that that many of these outstanding scientists do, Dr. Fauci puts his name as the principal investigator or the principal researcher on these things, and many of them just have to take it. So she was the one, Mikovits, who was telling him that she's not going to give him rights to her research and what she has found about some of these viruses, right? And that is where the relationship between both of them actually, was destroyed. Okay, so it's important that we read. And those of you who are into science, you have to read these books. If you're a pharmacist, if you're a doctor, if you're a nurse, you've got to read the real Anthony Fauci. It should be one of your personal best, one of your best sellers, because you've got to know who controls the industry that you are working for. Okay, but we also, as laymen and laywomen, we also have to study these things. Trevor is saying Tucker is a useful idiot. He's brilliant. Don't get me wrong. Tucker Carlson is brilliant, but he is deceptive. Tucker is a useful idiot, as many of them are similar to scientists and those educated and titled who can't think for themselves but have platforms, so it's easy to guide them along the narrative. If you're saying Tucker Carlson, I think he's brilliant, okay, but I think that he's brilliant in a deceptive way. Remember now that Tucker Carlson, his father, was linked to the CIA. And that is why he applied, according to him, to the CIA, but was not accepted. I don't know if he was not. I think perhaps they were playing the game so that he would pretend as if he's anti-CIA when he is really CIA agent. Okay, so we have to be careful of Tucker Carlson. Does he give good information? Yes. Is he articulate? Yes. Is he brilliant? Yes, but deceptive. Okay. So we have Stephen is saying, yes, I saw the people need to watch that video. Right. Chris is saying, wait, don't you mean Shahid Buttar? Is it what was his name? I'm mixing them up, but I know the Buttar was the guy who was of, he looks Indian or Pakistani, whatever you want to say. I think his probably father, parents might have been from that part of the region. And he was the one who came out, with a lot of information about what they're doing with the COVID-19 thing and how it was lab created and all that stuff. And then his channel was totally demolished. They removed him from YouTube and from these major platforms. And he started getting older. All of a sudden, he started looking older and whatever. And then he suddenly died. I think it was in 2022. Can't remember this there. So I can't remember his first name. I know he was Buttar, whatever his name was. My memory on names are not very good, so don't depend on me for names. Trevor, just enough to get the masses questioning or holding aside, but never coming to a conclusion. Very good. And they're never telling you the root and the central power systems behind what is happening. So they will tell you it's convenient to say the Jews, right? Because the Jews are what you see. But let me say something to you guys. Often the people that you see on the media and what people say are they're not the real power brokers, right? The Bill Gates, even though you hear about Bill Gates and you hear about even the Elon Musks of the world, they're often not the real powers behind, their power systems behind them, but they are the faces of the power elites of the power structure. Always remember that. Never think Bill Gates is the only one, with the agenda for genocide and whatever. There are others behind them, some serious power brokers, and who have enriched them and who, make them become stewards of that wealth. Just like the Rothschilds. Are you hearing about the Rothschilds every day? No, but you have their representatives through these billionaires who represent their interests. Yeah, so we have to be very, very knowledgeable of that. Yes, thank you for that comment, Trevor. And we have Cookie Carter is saying, sometimes too, you have to wonder about the guy on Redacted. Yes. When I started, when I started to question Clayton, and I like Clayton and his wife, Okay, because during the pandemic I listened to them very regularly. But when the Trump thing came up, and Trump was being, what do you call it now, a candidate for the presidency, and he was just Trump, 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 and even when Trump won the presidency, he was always framing the narrative that the only reason why Trump is instigating these wars is because he's been deceived. Like he doesn't have like an agency, he doesn't want to do it, but everything. Oh, Trump is deceived. So why didn't he say that Biden was also deceived, because Biden was not so well in terms of he was not mentally well before he left office, even when he went into office. So but he was always on Biden and his corruption, and so why didn't he say that? But he's always saying, for the most part, that Trump has been misinformed, he has been deceived. And remember now that Tucker Carlson was the one who got Trump to a great extent in office. Okay, and now he's apologizing about he made a mistake and all of that stuff. And Tucker Carlson and Clayton are very close, if you notice that. And since that time, you can see that his channel is growing too, leaps and bounds. That's his redacted. So we have to be careful with some of these personalities. Yes, but they do reveal good things, and sometimes they do make good analyses, and we need now to give them their credit where credit is due. Steve Knight is saying, she deals with race. We live in the South, and we see these things every day. She doesn't harp on it every day. I agree with you. Sabi, I like her. I like her approach. And because we cannot sit here and say race doesn't exist. I say that it is not well, it's a social construct, but it's real too, because people live that situation every day where they are, say, called black or white, and they have to deal with that reality. And Sabi Sabs deals with it practically. I like her approach. I like the fact that she's balanced, and so far I have nothing but praises for her. Okay. Yes, Fauci fingerprint on the patents. That was something that I really find to be disgusting, to know that he patented everything, all viruses, everything, even research done by other people, and this gives him lots of money, right? Same thing with redacted. Yeah, redacted is questionable at the moment. I don't know. It seems to me that I don't know. I don't know what Clayton and where he's going with redacted. And he started off so well. And that's what they do. They start off well and balanced, and then they get you, and then they hook you onto them, and people begin to think that they're balanced when they're not. Stephen Knight says he's in media. They did not turn her back on him. Yes. And nobody knows why Tucker Carlson, left Fox. It's rumored that because he was standing up to the powers that be, but and then when he left Fox, all of his workers went with him. You notice that? His technical people, cameramen and all of that stuff, they went with him. Who does that? Who has power over a media company to have all these people go to, to work with you? Yes, it was Dr. Shahid Buttar. Yeah, something of the sort. I think he was, I can't remember his first name, so I'm not going to argue in terms of whether it's Rashid or Shahid. I can't remember, but I know he was Buttar. Chris says, yeah, you are correct. It is Rashid Buttar. Okay, it's Rashid Buttar. Okay. Thank you for that correction. I don't remember. Chris is saying redacted still plays games with partisanship, but they do good reporting. But you see, again, if they're reporting and it is they do good reporting, I must say, but the reporting is also colored by their biases, and that is what we have to understand. If they are siding and telling you that Trump is just doing it because he was misinformed by his advisors, that can't just take a president out of what that he doesn't have any autonomy, he doesn't have any agency, right? So how was he saying that Biden? You have to, because people are going to pick up. And I've seen many of the people who watch him say that he has changed. They also recognize that he has changed. How he continues to hook so many people, I don't know. What's his name too? Redacted, I must say. Clayton is, in recent times, he's doing a lot of fear mongering. So his titles, like there's going to be an Armageddon, and and all of that stuff. I think that, yeah, it's this sort of clickbait thing. I don't like it too. Biden was. Oh, let me read what Stephen is saying. I like Redacted, but I just don't trust him. Yeah, I like Redacted too. They're very pleasant and whatever. But something about Clayton that is, his closeness to Tucker Carlson too makes me question who he is. Yeah. Biden was in politics from the 70s. Yes, he was. Yeah, he was. Yeah. Chris is saying it is tricky also with people who have had former CIA affiliation, because there were former agents like Philip A.G. Most of the people, and John Stockwell, right, who came out and really exposed the darker sides of U.S. foreign policy. John Stockwell is good, right? And you have to listen to him, guys. John Stockwell is good. It's somebody that you want to listen to and read about what he says and the powers behind the system, right? We need to read John Maxwell. He was very, very good. But when you listen to Tucker Carlson, you're not hearing them speak like the John Stockwell and so forth. You're not seeing them doing that. Don't forget the aliens. Yeah, right. Clayton never misses a beat. Yeah, and you really wonder why he's so obsessed with aliens and these things. By the way, what do you think is the agenda with these alien discussions? What do you think? Do you think that is AI? I think the aliens are related to what AI is going to do to the world, and what should I say now? They're going to overtake the world. AI is going to overtake our world, and they are sort of, indoctrinating us, acclimating us, as it were, to accept AI as the new power, the new species, if you will, So that is what I'm thinking, because Clayton is obsessed with this alien story. He talks a lot about it and invites guest speakers and so forth. I really wonder if he dabbles with the occult. Chris is saying, I think people were not really paying attention to Trump's behavior in his first term. You're correct. If folks were paying attention, they would, let me get this thing on my screen. Well, why is this blocking my thing? They would, what do you have here? They would be surprised, or they would not be surprised by what he is now doing. You're correct. You're correct. I think also Trump in his first term didn't do much because he was what's the word now? Reticent. He was sort of not adapted to this political environment. Because if you're going to do this job, you have to be evil. I'm not going to lie to you. You have to be evil, right? He was evil, but he perhaps was not that evil on that large scale, because this is a position that is going to be global. You're a global leader here, right? And you have to take actions that are going to result in deaths of millions of people, right? So he was sort of reticent, if that's the word. He didn't do much of some of what they wanted him to do, and they told him they're going to take him out. And if he is willing to do what they really wanted him to do, then they'll take him back. I think that's how he came back the second term, and he's doing everything perhaps that he thought he hadn't done, and making up for what he didn't do in his first term. Because you can't, you have to understand that these people are not saints, right? The United States economy is built on killing, right? So that's what they have to do. Your heart have to be hardened. And even though he has always had a hard heart, it wasn't hardened enough, right? If you know what I mean. I think the movie Terminator gave us glimpse of what could happen if we let it get out of control. Yeah, I haven't watched it, but I'm sure it's out of control now. I don't know if we can rebuild it. right? I don't know if now we can rebuild, because we're so controlled and we're so surveilled that just to open our mouth, they can do things to us. Yeah. So we know we are controlled through algorithm. Right now, look at the algorithm controlling everything I'm telling you, and what should go out and what should not go out. Huh? Algorithm, I know what you're doing. Yeah, so that's how it works. That's how it works. Make sure you're sharing the live and put it up on your social media account so that people can see, because we have to push the algorithm to push these stories out, because without that, it's not going to do it. It's just not going to do it. Right? It's amazing to see how this thing is very, I understand it can read your description and decides whether or not it wants to send out a video, yes or no. So it's powerful. It's powerful. Pedro, Marcus was no saint either. However, he is seen as a deity. Marcus Garvey, you say talking about Marcus Garvey? I don't think he's a deity. As far as aliens go, why am I not being able to read what I'm reading here tonight? As far as aliens go, what's his name? What's going on with the thing tonight? I'm not able to read on the thing here. Mix that with 911 and we will have a real life robot or Independence Day movie just in time to usher a savior or go against the coming of the one. Yeah, and then they're talking about the coming of a cosmic Christ, the New Age believers, right? So they are preparing our minds for the acceptance of aliens coming from different parts of the world, and that is a CIA agenda. So when you see these channels pushing that agenda, they're allowing us to become very, very much aligned with that sort of narrative. That somebody from the external world, from extraterrestrials, are going to come here and perhaps take over the world. So the Claytons and the whatever. And notice that Clayton and Tucker Carlson and all these people used to work at the Fox network. Project Blue Beam is the part you could not see. Yeah. I mean, you guys are very knowledgeable in terms of what is happening, and that's why we're seeing the few people who are here, because you're sharing these very things that people need to read and need to be up on. You are aware of Fauci, of all of these personalities who were involved in the pandemic and how much they destroyed the lives of many, including the one from South Africa. Dr. The Pierre Corres and the other guy from South Africa, who was such a very, calm, serene, brilliant man. And he was fired from his hospital. What was his name again? The one from South Africa. I mean, it was so sad to see that they actually relieved him of his position because he was trying to use a medication to cure his patient that was effective, right? It was a strange sort of era that we went through, and people are still not really careful and have forgotten what really happened. We have to watch our leaders, and remember, our leaders are not just our prime ministers and our presidents. They are the forces behind them are the ones that control them. So we don't look only on our leaders or at our leaders. We have to look at who control them, because they're just doing what they are instructed to do, right? So that is what we have to understand. Trevor is saying people will follow very easy. Yeah, they are following. They are priming us for it fast and furiously, right? Keeping it hot just in case other plans don't work. Yeah, that's what they're doing. That's all they are doing. And when millions of people are following a podcast because it has many people on the podcast, like the Claytons, and they think that what they're reporting is the root or represents the root of the problems in the world, they're going to be in problem. The Tucker Carlsons, the Jeffrey Sachs, right, of the world, they report very good information. Don't get me wrong. Do not get me wrong now. They speak a lot of truth, but they're not telling us who are at the center of the power elites. They try to avoid doing that. And they more tell us the symptoms of the problem, and people believe them, just like taking a vaccine. But they will in time strategically, as they always do, right? Because they know that we are distracted. They know that they can use a little boy like IShowSpeed and among other people, Mr. Beast and all these people, to tell us that, look at, I saw a video incidentally about Mr. Beast and IShowSpeed knowing the secrets of the algorithm. So if you want to, master YouTube and YouTube's visibility, you have to learn from Mr. Beast, right? And IShowSpeed. What do you think they mean when they talk about the secrets of the algorithm? Well, Roland, I can't stand him. He's now the antithesis of Sabby Sabs. That he was the one I was trying to remember, Pedro Gemot. He was the one who I talk about when you talk about being obsessed with race. Every day on his program, he's talking about the Democrats, the Republicans, and race and race and race and race. Now, that is a problem. You're obsessed with race. And there are other issues to talk about, other pertinent issues to talk about, which he's not doing. And if you should ask me, he is a grifter because he's earning lots of views while he's not attacking real problems that African Americans are also facing, and also not allowing some of them to accept responsibility, because some of our Black people should also be blamed for some of the things that are happening in our society. The Black influential people, rich and famous, and leaders who have been in politics. So yeah, Roland, I've never been impressed with Roland. Never. I don't listen to him. Yeah, the old Alex Jones used to go there. Yeah, Alex Jones, I think Alex Jones was also an interesting character. He revealed much truth, but I think there was something dark about him that I would rather not listen to him, but he speaks a lot of truth. Yeah, we got him off the radio here in Atlanta. Yeah, Roland is somebody that I find to be always a time waster. But he does get a lot of views. People love the racial sort of, division and, and angst. And that is, I find that happening in the region too, that people are obsessed with race now, and we're talking about race, and that thing is not going to be as if we're going to have a race war, and then Black people are going to come out successful and the winners. We have to really look more deep. We have to look deeper, rather. We have to look deeper at the issues that confront us, and that yes, they are racial, but there are the real issues, and we have to do take an introspective look at ourselves to see how we are contributing, even in the Caribbean, how we are contributing to our the plight that we find ourselves in at the moment, which most of us don't want to do. So that is what I think. Yeah, so I think we have had enough, content, and we want the people to watch it. So I hope that you will share the live with other people, and hopefully it will go, here and abroad, and we can have our people learn much from this live chat. Slavery and Jamaat is saying slavery and colonization is what our leaders teach us to take away. Yeah, because you know what happened? They can distract us with that, Jamaat. Why? Because they don't have to do anything. And that's what the Democrats do. They inundate African Americans with all of these racial, tensions and racial narratives, while they are stealing, and they're grifters, right? And they're not presenting the root cause of the problems, which sometimes they are also a part of, right? So to sort of make the people docile, right? then they begin to say race, race, black and white, black and white, black and white, black and white, and then date you with that. And then they're just continuing to do and make your life even worse. Because the truth, you're not hearing the truth and the root cause of the problem. Rashad, Richie, and Martin, etc., all the race talk does is spike emotion, right? And less common sense, so more views. Exactly. And it just, yeah, every day they do the same thing. While it's much truth, lots of what is just reactions, not solutions. Absolutely. Absolutely. And they're not looking at the root causes of the problem. That is what they need to do. So who really are causing these problems? You can't just say it's just white people behind every evil in the world. We also have, other people. We too participate in some of the things that are happening. People at Roland like that subject because this subject that we're talking about scares them, and we've exposed the hypocrites that they are. Correct. They would like to hear this because this doesn't mean anything to them. When they can talk about, Africa, they're calling about Africa. At the same time, many African Americans really, I think they have a romanticized understanding of Africa because it makes them feel good because they are not comfortable in the land that they live in. They're not, first-class citizens, right? But at the end of the day, only probably a few ones really enjoy being African, right? Because when you look at African Americans, for the most part, they are really Americans. They're very, with a few who have been educated and perhaps been to the continent and seen it, lived there, they might, understand what Africa is all about. But the large majority behave like a typical white American. That's the culture that they grew up in. Right, and that is what they are immersed into. Yes, but we have some superficial things of blackness and whiteness. But when those of us who have worked with them, with African Americans, you work with them and white people at the same time. They will take up for their white Americans, and even though you're black, they'll side with them because they're from the same culture. That's what I mean. So we also have to be very careful with this racial conversations because it really sometimes is superficial because people tend to align themselves with their nationality and their culture much more than the color of their skin. So even where you have like what you call a white American, the white British person or a white Russian person, the African American is closer to that white American because that is the culture that they share, right? So it's a very complex and nuanced topic that sometimes people don't want to really have a discussion on. Yeah, interesting point about taking away the blame. Much of the church is also taking away responsibility to do better also. No need to follow commandments because Jesus died, so be free. Yeah, but all of us we can't be free. We also have to have laws that govern us. Remember now that freedom without laws is not freedom. That's the whole irony of freedom. We have to have laws. Just like we can't in our societies, right? We can't just because we want freedom and we are law abiding doesn't mean that we shouldn't have laws. So you and I might be educated, and we are educated, and we might be driving on the roads. But if you don't have laws on the roads, and you know that you can be punished for, what you call it now, for driving when the light is red, then yeah, they're going to be problems. So we need laws, right? And commandments are laws, right? To keep structure, human needs laws. Like I was saying to somebody today that we all need leaders. He was saying, no, we don't need leaders because we can think independently. We need leaders because without leaders, then the society is going to become, a society built on anarchy. So it's really, really ironic, right? That we do need laws. That's my point. Society is teaching lawlessness, right? Well, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that is what we need. We need laws, right? So just in the Christian mode or political, human beings in general need laws. Even animals, even though they don't have written laws, but they follow the laws of nature. We can learn much about the animals. They follow, even though they don't have reasoning and like we do, but they follow instinctively. They follow the laws of nature. They know when to procreate, when not to procreate. They know all of that. What medicines, what bush to eat when they are sick, and all of that stuff. They do know that. Trevor, he took it wrong. Yeah, I took it wrong. Yes, I'm happy that you corrected me, Trevor. Thank you. Yeah, brother, I think he got it now. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, we do need laws. People, what we're seeing, Trevor, is that many people are walking around that we don't need laws, and we should just do whatever we want to do, and that is what we call libertarianism, where people can just do whatever they want to do. Right? They can be a man or they can be a woman. Even though they're a man, they can be a woman, right? And if they're a woman, they can be a man. And all of that is lawlessness. And that is what our society has become. And the global elites are pushing that sort of agenda to confuse us and to make us bicker among each other about things that we would not bicker about. Right? So little things that we want, nature, a man and a woman, and all that stuff, we're bickering about these things when it doesn't make any sense. Trevor is saying, do what thou shalt be the law. Right. Do what thou wilt shall be the law. Exactly. We have to do, we need some sort of order in our societies. Defund the, I think it was defund. Was it refund the police or it was defund the police? Yeah, all of these things. And we are not saying that we don't want the police to be held accountable. We should have a conversation about police brutality. But to say defund the police is not something. We should also talk about how the police has been militarized. That's also what we need to talk about, that the U.S. police and police in the Caribbean also are now being militarized. So instead of being police, they are actually soldiers at war, and they are at war with the community. So these are conversations that we have, but to say to defund the police, we cannot take that sort of, what would you call it now? It is too, what's the word now? Extreme. That sort of extremist view of the police. It was defund, right? It was defund the police, correct. We can't take that, but we can say we cannot approve of police being military, being soldiers. They are police and they have two distinctive roles, right? But I think that our conversations are so much extreme that now is either you're saying defund the police or you're saying you want more police, and neither is true. You want community-based policing and for rules to be maintained and for the police to be respectful of citizens as well as the citizens to be respectful of the police. Trevor is saying Trinidad had a baby killed. Yes, I saw that in a car in a triple shooting. I read this morning, and I think it's a guy being beheaded in a bushy area recently. And Trevor, the other day I was talking about the whole matter of, I'm not saying Aisha Speed is responsible for that now, but I was saying that the level of demonism and the occult that some of our leaders and entertainers practice, we have to be careful of what spirits they are channeling to the population and creating some of these dark, occultic sort of violence that we are not accustomed to, right? Because certainly in Jamaica too, people are seeing that, some things that, lots of teenagers, young people are being kidnapped, right? And then days afterwards, they see them, their heads are beheaded and parts, dismembered. I mean, the things that are happening in the world now, are sad. And it's much more than humans doing it. And that is why they're probably telling us about the aliens and so forth. There are evil spirits that are walking around the world and working with men and women, ordinary men and women, to do some of the most gruesome and brutal things that we can imagine, right? There's no explanation that a man would do something like that. Look at and kill, a little child, I'm hearing even of men also raping babies. How can you look at a baby and rape that baby? A baby that is innocent, and you rape a baby? What does that baby give to you? How does that baby even, stimulate you? These are things that are not human. They're something is wrong. And as I'm saying, maybe these are what they call aliens, but they are dark spirits, who are actually taking charge of human beings and called Christ, human sacrifices. Okay, and many of the Freemasonry and all of these what do you call it now, secret societies, they practice some of these things too. The shedding of blood, okay, and the sacrifices that we see. We cannot take these things for granted. But some of we don't study these things and we don't study about them, and then we are deceived. Okay, so it's both violent men who are involved, and also people. Some of the most learned men are involved in these things. Men and women that you would not think would be involved in these sort of demeaning activities are involved because of their belief system. You remember there's an expression that says belief kills and belief cures. And that's not only for religion, that's also for politics and other things that people believe in. The UN agenda is depopulation. It is. It is not for peace. It is not for global peace. And people don't understand that. And that is why wars after wars after wars, and all the UN says is, we don't want wars. We don't want wars. And they have not been able to stop any of these wars that are being waged. Right? Yet still we give them hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they have all of this United Nations Security Council, and they go there and they make big speeches, and people believe everything that they're saying, but they're fighting against us. Right? They're fighting against us. They're warring against us. And all these nations are involved in the United Nations, yet they're enemies of each other and all of that nonsense. So why have a United Nations then? If you have enemies, who are warring against, and we can have a center where we can go and we can have a robust discussion about what affects us, and why is Iran and the United States at war, or why did the United States want Nicolas Maduro? We should be able to have a discussion, where you have a judge who is balanced and can listen to both sides of the story, or many sides of the story, so that people can hear in real time and see who they think is wrong or right. Okay? But we don't have that. What we have are, as we're saying, are these UN veto countries, and they're on these things, and we don't know what they're doing behind the scenes. We don't have a clue. So I take up for none of them. I think they're all a part of the agenda. Right? Yet they have their different agendas, and they have their different people who they want to win, and their ideology. But at the end of the day, it's control. The agenda is control, and it's human control, human depopulation, as you're saying, Pedro. That's the agenda. That's the agenda. Global control. Yeah. Any other question? Any other comments? Great comments. I love this sort of conversation. I love this sort of discourse that we're having, because it shows that we are thinking, and that these conversations are not being had in the Caribbean. And this is what does give the United States its credit. Redacted, Tucker Carlson's, we can say anything we want to say about them, but at least they're having certain level of conversation that in the Caribbean we are not having here. We're having these elevated intellectual discourses. It's all about drama and corruption here and there, and and gossips. Right? That is what we do. We thrive on that and get for views. If Egypt shut its doors to its neighbor, it says a lot without saying. Could you explain that though? You mean to Iran? Who the neighbor? What neighbor you're specifically referring to Israel? Yeah, please say what you mean by that. I don't understand it. Yeah, any very good points you're raising. Any other comments? Any other comment? Oh, Palestine. Yes, right, right. You're correct. You're correct. And these are the contradictions that we see every day in the news, right? There's so many contradictions. Do you know the other day, and I meant to have published a video on it, but I don't know if any of you'd have received it well. I was going to publish a video that I read this article, several articles, by the way, which suggested that Iran was chosen by the United Nations last year. Was it last year, September? Last year, sometimes last year, October, to be the sort of symbol of human rights, right? That they were held at the United Nations as. Now, at one end, we're seeing the United Nations, criticizing Iran and talking about it is, violating human rights. At the other end, we're seeing that they are saying that Iran, they voted unanimously, it says, they use the word unanimously, for Iran to become the standard of human rights in the world. When we look at these contradictions, how do we even trust them? How do we trust them? And I'm not saying that Iran should not be you. I'm not saying nay or yea to their election or selection of Iran. What I'm saying, why do you criticize it from one end of the mouth of the mouth, and then from the other end of the mouth you're saying that it is, it's emblematic, or it is the symbol of human rights? It doesn't make any sense. Freemasons controlling everything. At this point, it is for us to let go of everything or be willing to part ways from everything. Well said. Well said. Because it doesn't make any sense. It does not make any sense. It just does not make any sense. Even the war now, today's peace, we have peace, and then, okay, we have no peace. And then they go back again. We have peace, and then there is no peace. And they go back, and it's just going on and on and on. And people are tired. People are tired. They're exhausted, and the thing about it, it'd be one thing if they were just having conversations, but they're killing people, and the cost of living is also, increasing, is augmenting. And that's the problem. We have problem with that. Trevor is saying they keep speaking of a cyber attack. That's something we need to talk about. And great shutdown and reset of the internet. I think they are going to do it. Should your money be gone, will you be willing to take a vax or anything else to regain access to your money? So we're talking, I think we spoke about the digitization of the economy. So we did do some talk about that the other day. Yes, that is exactly what they're trying to do. So even with this war on Iran, they're trying to destroy the entire economic infrastructure so that they can redesign it. We won't have paper money anymore. We're just going to have a digital economy. So if you do not do the bidding of government, if you don't conform, then what are they going to do? You will not be able to buy or sell. Just like if the pandemic now, that would be a very prime time for them to do that. If you don't take the V, then you are going to not eat, right? You can't take money from your account because you have not behaved well. You're not a good child, right? And that is what China does to some extent in that country too. You don't behave yourself. The credit score system is a part of the Chinese experiment and life. You're not dreaming, right? So you're not dreaming. And we have here Pedro is saying to get peace, there must be war, right? And that is why. But do you see everything is adding up, Pedro? Because when you look at the fact that they're telling us, in order to prevent pandemics, you must create pandemic-like viruses and disease. So everything is a contradiction. For me to prevent a pandemic, I must go into a lab, right? You're not telling me that I have to clean up the environment. I have to live in a cleanly, sort of surroundings, and I have to eat well. I have to build my immune system. All you can tell me is that you have to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to go into a lab, and for somebody who is smart at science to create and design a virus or a disease to prevent a pandemic. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Or perhaps because I'm not scientifically inclined, maybe I don't have sense. Okay, but it doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. The Guyana government, we have Delport. Welcome to the live, sir. Or I'm not sure if you're sir or, but the Guyana government is the most corrupt government in the Caribbean. I guess we are all saying that, Delport. I think if you talk to Jamaicans, they say the same thing. Maybe if you talk to some Trinidadians, they'll say the same thing, and Barbadians. So we're seeing is like they are a facsimile of the same, whether it's the Mia Motleys or the Andrew Holneses of Jamaica or the Ali of Guyana. It seems like they're just that they went to a conference, right? And the conference trained them to be acting the same way because they're just a facsimile of each other. One big facade. Stephen is saying absolutely. It's just one big facade. That's what it is. That's what it is. Because it does not make any sense that you're going to prevent a pandemic. And to do that, you have to create one in a lab to prevent a real one from occurring. And then the one that you created in the lab creates a pandemic that you are trying to avoid or prevent. Does that make any sense? Coming from PhD people. We have there that people are chanting to destroy America because they hate Trump, but the new economic system using the digital right dollars for oil, etc., will bring in the new age. And they don't realize that he's the one instigating it, right? So the yin versus the yang is going to create this sort of agenda. Correct, Trevor? They act like they don't want it, but welcome it. And they think they're hurting Trump, right? When Trump is hurting us. Right, and all of them think that if they go back and they put in the Democrats are going to change things. When the Democrats are going to build on what Trump has left, right? And then we are going to be the problem. We are the enemies, guys. We are the enemies. It's not Trump. It's not Obama. It's not Kamala Harris. We are the real enemies. All right, that's the agenda, to get rid of us because we are like parasites to them. They're the real parasites, but they say that we are parasites. Right. So some very interesting conversations we're having. And I really wonder why we're not seeing this frequently happening in the Caribbean. Why are we just talking about Mia Mottley's corruption and Andrew Holness' corruption, what happened in Parliament? Why are we not having these very deep conversations? Because we have it in the Caribbean. We have the brilliance, we have the intellect, but I guess we are so distracted from really what is happening that we just can't see that this is the conversation that we need at the moment. Okay, we can't focus. Yes, we have to sometimes focus on Andrew Holness, Mia Mottley, and so forth, but they can't be at the center because they don't wield the power that you think they wield. They're controlled by a lot of the global agenda, much of the global agenda. So even the narrow bill in Jamaica that was just passed, it's just a climate change bill. Why don't call it a spade a spade? It's just a climate change bill that is going to be passed in all parts of the world. Okay? So we have, yes, you're correct. You're correct. Democrats and Republicans, Delport is saying, are reading from the same playbook, right? Just like the PNM and the UNC in Trinidad, in Jamaica, the PNP and the GLP reading from the same book. Because, I was reading the Jamaican papers this week, right? And they were busy in Parliament talking about the narrow bill with the climate change bill. And they were there back and forth. And all of a sudden, the PNP, which is the opposition party, is now saying, well, we are on board now. They pretended that as if they were not on board, And then after a week or two of intense debates, they're saying we're on board. Go with it. So when we think that they pair as if they are opponents and they're posing something for our good, they're not. They're just trying to earn political points that the next election will vote for them, right? When they are two wings of the same bird, right? That is how they behave. I feel the same way about the other Caribbean shows we follow many times. This channel actually explores things from a way more informed perspective and common sense. Yeah, and because the other channels are not rooted in intellectualism, right? They're just reacting to things that they see in the news, and we should react to some of them, but we have to cement them into an understanding, into intellectual understanding of history, of politics, of economics, and that is what we're doing on this channel. And we have not even scratched the surface, because as soon as you go into very complex ideas, people just tune out, right? If you're not saying it's black versus white, it's PNM versus UNC, or PNP versus JLP, they don't want to listen. They're gone, right? And they're gone to something else where it's a little bit, less of the having to think and more anger. Another thing is that they are tuned to anger, building up of anger. So if I hate Mia Mockley, I'm going to go on a channel that, and I can direct my anger towards Mia Mockley or Miss Kamala, person, Decessor, of Ali or whoever. But these people are not the real actors, right? And they're not the real powers behind what is happening in the Caribbean. Pedro is saying the global playbook is to take away your individual sovereignty for common good. And which society or which institution says it a lot? Talk about the common good. No other institution speaks about the common good like the Vatican. None. That is Catholic social teachings. If you read the Vatican and the Catholic Church, you will see that that is the essence of their teachings. Okay? And when you hear about common values and we have to do this thing and that thing because we have to work towards world peace, that's not what they're doing. They are behind the wars, right? So how do they want us to have? They don't have the values that we have, because all we want to do is to live freely and to survive. We don't want to be engaged in wars. A typical human being does not want to be engaged in war. Okay, we fight sometimes because we defend our manhood or womanhood or whatever, and we defend ourselves from attacks and all the things. But the typical human being does not want to have these global wars where people, are dying in the thousands. That's not the way how we have been made up. But the elites, yes, they have been conditioned to do that because they can generate millions, if not billions, of dollars. The true cause, they are interested in changing the players and not the philosophy. Absolutely. Trevor is saying Ronald Reagan famously stated that the 9 most terrifying words in the English language are "I'm from the government and I'm here to help." And he's right. He's right. Even though he did it in a very brutal way, though, because that Americans used to have social safety network, and he destroyed it, no today or no tomorrow. And Clinton followed him, by the way, in doing that too, destroying the social network of the United States. I still feel slavery was repackaged by the ABC countries and given to our corrupt politicians. You're right. It is. Slavery is still with us. But as I was saying, Delport, before you came online, I was saying it's more mental. It's not like physical, even though some people are still physically enslaved, but it's more mental for many of us here. Stephen Knight is saying it all points back to the Vatican. Some podcasters do not like the subject matter. They will call it conspirator, but they don't call the Jews the conspirator, right? And they talk about the Freemasons and other things. They don't call that. But as soon as it comes onto the Vatican, nobody wants to touch it because the Vatican is powerful. There's nothing wrong with speaking out the box. Absolutely. Because anytime you see they're trying to protect gatekeepers of anything, nothing is wrong if you think the Jews are whatever. That is your perspective. I tell people who come on the platform, but don't dismiss that there are other actors, and don't suppress calling their names, and the Vatican, practically nobody talk about it in the media. You're not going to hear it in whether mainstream or independent media. Laugh out loud. The irony that Ronald Reagan said those words right while being president, though, is hilarious, right? And he did a lot of harmful things, didn't he do? He was not the people think that he was great, but he did a lot of harmful things that affected American society in years afterwards. I ain't no slave and ain't feel like none anymore since I find right. But remember now that you are mentally free. You're not as mentally enslaved to us. So that's why you don't feel like, because you have exercised, you have developed your brain, and you're able to think freely. Guys need to look into the Renaissance period to learn why and how the Vatican earned the spot they have today, the richest economy. Remember now, we don't even know the amount, the net worth of the Vatican, because nobody can audit it. It's forbidden. It's secretive, right? Yet still people think that the Jews, and the Jews don't have all the institutions that the Vatican has. It doesn't, right? The Vatican has all these orders, the Jesuits, the Augustinians, and you name them, right? Very organized, all the schools that the Vatican has around the world, please, I don't understand them when they think it's the Jews, the Zionists. He was probably telling people don't accept welfare. Yes, he was telling them that too, but he must understand that the United States created an environment where sometimes people have to accept welfare. Let's be very, very honest that some people need help. What we don't want to do, as you're saying now, Pedro, is that the United States should create the environment. But do you know, by the way, who gets the most welfare? The billionaires. Do you know that? We give them, the government gives them our tax dollars to do whatever they want to do and to become billionaires. So anybody who gets welfare, or the government itself, because the government works with the elites, the private companies, and who they give our money to them for doing nothing, right? So anybody who is really welfare children are the billionaires, the Bill Gates and the Elon Musk of the world. Yeah, it's true. Sounds like a time for some Jordan Maxwell. Yes. Go back to the Gulf War. Look at the antiquities that was stolen, absolutely, and went to the Vatican. Yeah, and they're still there. The days of slavery. Also, yes, that was it. Scars, Andrew. Yes. So that is what happened when we think about the whole matter of the Vatican. When we think of the fact that Ronald Reagan wanted the system to we want independent people to be independent of the state, but the billionaires rely on the state. They're parasitic, and that is how they control. That is why they control the government, because they are parasitic. They are parasitic, and we need to expose them. Because they're very, very conniving. Because when you look at it, you will say, yeah, I believe what Ronald Reagan is saying, that people should be independent and they should not rely on the state. But if the state takes away from them and gives to the rich for doing nothing, then how is it that they're going to even prosper? But to depend on the state to help them, right? How many Americans can afford health care? But they're giving billions to go to wars, right? For what? For nothing. To enrich the billionaires. All right, so I think people are leaving now. I think that they might be exhausted. So I want to thank you for coming today. And we could go on and on, but I guess the algorithm is saying we're wasting our time with a few people. But share the live and make sure that people get a chance. You now need to share. I've done my part with coming and engaging. So you now need to go and share the live and do your contribution. Those of you who want to contribute, you can also make your contributions to my Cash App here on the screen. In wars, the victor pillage. Right, absolutely. That's exactly what they do. And and continue. Is there a billionaire why we must build their data centers? Absolutely, that's what they're doing. Everything is going into the pockets of the billionaires. Yet we are the ones who are, we can't give you, Social Security, or we can't give you welfare because you're too dependent, when the billionaires are also dependent, because they would not have become billionaires had we not had the state not secretively given them our monies, and they pretend as if they're great investors when they're not. Because they're not creating. Where are the jobs? Where are the jobs that they have created for us? And even if they do create some jobs, they are very menial jobs. They can't, we can't survive by what they are paying us. Okay, thank you so much for joining. We hope that we can have. What can we discuss on Sunday? I was thinking about going back to the ice feed and looking at the tour of the Caribbean, but maybe we have exhausted that topic already. What should we discuss on Sunday? I was trying to invite, but I'm not sure she's going to be able to come. What's her name? Jemima. Jemima Pear. But I don't know if she's going to be able to really accept the short notice. If she accepts it tomorrow, I'll let you know, and I'll set up a live so we can do something on Haiti this coming Sunday. But if that is not the case, should we talk about Haiti on Sunday? Would you mind us talking about Haiti, or do you want us to talk about another topic? My understanding is I learned that Haiti's airport, the major airport in Port-au-Prince, is now being converted into a military base by the United States. Can you imagine that the United States is converting, as we speak, Haiti's premier airport, I think it's the Saint-Lover Airport in Port-au-Prince, into a major military base. And that's why I would like Jemima Pear to speak on that matter, because that's going to have implications for us, for all of us, that you are actually converting an airport into a military base. That is something unheard of, but it is true. Yes, let's talk about Haiti and Mrs. Motley's role. Okay, good. So we can do that on Sunday. Whether or not Jemima Pear comes here, or Mr. Pereira can perhaps, maybe he would want to join the live. If we don't get Jemima Pear, we can, if Mr. Pereira is free, we can also invite him to elaborate. I'm not sure if he's following what is happening in Haiti, but I'm sure Jemima would give us more information. But if she can't, let us say that she accepts it, but she can do it next week, like Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday, then we will postpone this topic for Sunday, and then we can wait until Jemima is able to discuss this because she would have lots of inside knowledge about what is happening here. Ask Jemima Pear about Mia Motley. She's not very particular. She doesn't like me. Well, she does not agree with what Miss Mia Motley is doing. All the time she has been here, she has expressed clearly that Miss Mia Motley is a part of the agenda and that she has helped to destroy Haiti. Right? She has said that on many occasions. So yeah, she brought her up previously. Yes, I will always bring her up, but she's not a fan. She is definitely not a fan of Miss Mia Motley. Also about Trinidad and CARICOM. She is not also a friend of CARICOM. She thinks that the United States is using, but I would ask her again, definitely, Trevor, if she comes, and we'll ask her again, because every time people see her, new people will be seeing the program, so they want to hear what she has to say. But she's always saying that CARICOM always sides with the United States against Haiti, so she does not respect anything that CARICOM is doing. In fact, she thinks CARICOM is being used to sideline Haiti and to destroy its freedom. Okay, so it's not only Miss Mia Motley, Andrew Holness of Jamaica, Ali of Guyana, all of the CARICOM prime ministers and presidents. She is not interested, and she's not impressed with their stewardship of Haiti and stuff like that. But if she can come, if she can make it on Sunday, definitely we should have a very entertaining live. Pedro is saying she ain't lied. The same Motley keep more noise for Venezuela than Haiti. I would like her to say too, I would like to know what was discussed between Delcy Rodriguez and Miss Mia Motley in the latest energy meeting that they had. I don't think there's much that has been revealed about that conversation, and what it entailed. And I think we should also be looking at that. What did she discuss? What did Miss Mia Marta discuss with Miss Delcy Rodriguez of Venezuela on that sort of energy discussion that they had sometimes last week when she visited Barbados? We don't know. And we need to know more of that. So I hope she will, if she can. If not, I will try if she can do a pre-recorded video so I can just interview her on Zoom and upload it for a pre-recorded video if she can't make it to the live. Yes, that is what I want to know. What was discussed in this meeting? Yeah, I'm trying to read the Barbadian papers, but they're not revealing anything. They're just showing us the photo ops. Delcy can't make deals without Trump, right? Giving his blessings, right? So that's what we're knowing. But notice also that they are distracting us again about Guyana and the Essequibo, whatever. One would have thought that the fact that Guyana sided with the United States for the fact that, with Trump taking out the Venezuelan president, Nicolas Maduro, that they would have corrected that problem with the Essequibo, the Americans rather, would have corrected that problem with the Essequibo region, but they didn't do anything, did they? Right? They used Guyana, and then they're still in this sort of conflict surrounding the Essequibo region, where they're saying that they've brought them now to the ICJ and all of this shenanigans. When does it stop? And the United States always goad these sort of conflicts so that they can, the leaders can talk about these things, and they're not addressing people's major concerns in the country that they live in. So the United States purpose is to maintain controversies and to create conflicts so that the leaders will not be able to address and to focus on key issues, economic and social issues that affect our society. Delport is saying the USA is trying to divide Guyana and Venezuela, right? Friendship for years, and they're doing it, and they're successful at doing it, right? Because if it were a normal world, you would have thought that the United States would have said, Delcy, this portion belongs to, or let's go to court, this portion belongs to Guyana, and this portion belongs to you. But they're not doing anything about it, right? And in fact, they were saying, weren't they saying that one of the reasons why Guyana was helping, to take out Maduro was to protect the Essequibo region, or to, because the United States, Guyanese who were on the side of the U.S. were saying, well, the U.S. is protecting us, and, and all of that, and Nicolas Maduro was a threat to Guyanese territory and all of that nonsense, right? So why has that problem not been solved? Why is it that they're continuously at this sort of at loggerheads and they're talking all this? Something is not right. The world is not normal, right? The world is not normal as we think it is. It's not normal. All right, so thank you so much for joining. So we will do with Haiti, if not Haiti, something on the war in Iran. Someone said Elon Musk is working behind the scenes to get Essequibo. That could be true, because or BlackRock or one of these major companies, because they're buying out islands, complete islands and regions. And the Essequibo region is rich in natural resources. So I wouldn't be surprised, Delport, if that is the agenda, right? I would not be surprised if that is the agenda. The USA ain't to do anything yet. CARICOM, it's Brouch. If Delcy send soldiers is a different thing. CARICOM doesn't have any power, right? All of this nonsense about CARICOM says that they're on the side of Guyana. They can't do anything. We saw with Venezuela. CARICOM couldn't do a thing about what was happening in Venezuela. And they were a part of the Petrocaribe agreement that benefited the Caribbean. And when we were asked by the United States to stop the agreement with Venezuela, we stopped, right? Even though it benefited us. So CARICOM is dead. CARICOM is just there to, because I guess they have some agreements, and we have agreements among different territories, economic, that help the elites and whatever. But apart from that, CARICOM is not there to defend our interests at all. They don't even have the power to do so, even if they wanted to do so. Okay, so when I hear CARICOM speak, I just just empty words, right? To pretend as if they have power when they don't have power. So I hear say they're saying that they're siding with Venezuela, which is the practical thing to do, to side with a CARICOM partner. That's practical to do, but I know that they can't do anything. If Trump says it belongs to Venezuela, they're going to have to back off. If Trump says it belongs to Guyana, then the Venezuelans have to back off. So that is what we're seeing. There's no real power. Delcy, as Stephen and Pedro are saying, Delcy is not even in control of anything, right? She's controlled by the United States, So what was this whole drama between she and Kamala Harris, not Kamala Harris, Kamala Person Besessor of Trinidad, when they were actually talking about, they're throwing words at each other, right? At the end of the day, she's saying that Mrs. Kamala Person Besessor was controlled by the U.S., by U.S. imperialism, and right now she is controlled by U.S. imperialism. So she and Kamala Person Besessor are the same. They're two peas in a pod. They are two peas in a pod. Yet they were playing this game as if one was, against the other. Delcy was anti-U.S. imperialism and Kamala was pro-U.S. imperialism. It was all a drama, just drama. There's nothing to it, nothing of nothing. And now Delcy is doing exactly what the U.S. wants her to do. Exactly. Our Caribbean Delport is saying a forum back in the days stood for something. Absolutely. That was the time of the Greats and the Cold War, when you had the separation of the two global powers, the Soviet Union and the United States. Today, we just have one global power, really, which we live in, according to them, we live in their backyard. Today, our leaders are so weak and corrupt. And one of the things, too, as you're saying, Delport, back then, the leaders were also, they weren't as highly paid as they're paid now, There was less private sector involvement in government than we have today. So many of our prime ministers, Michael Manley's and some of our other prime ministers, they died poor. I don't think Eric Williams of Trinidad died a millionaire, a multi-millionaire. I don't think he died a multi-millionaire. But our prime ministers now, because they are connected to private interests, they are multi-millionaires, and they're controlled, right? But back then, people did it because they were corrupt too. They had their corrupt, nature too, but they did it out of love for the profession and had some amount of ethical standards. Nonsense. Same thing in Bishop time, right? Yeah. Well, the fact is that at least these guys were standing up for something. Whether we like bishops or the Michael Manleys or whatever, at least they were standing up for something. Right now, what are our leaders standing up, for? I don't know. Any other comment, question? Wow, this is ridiculous. We have a live of 4 hours, but it was great. I think I'm enjoying it. It's just that we wanted to go to more people so that they can actually learn from our live discussions. And when you can clip, those who want to clip some of the moments of our live, you can do that and put it on your social media platform. Maurice Bishop is an interesting character, and the hand other neighboring islands played in his demise. Yeah, we had a live here that we had done with Mr. Pereira and Corbin Fred Corbin of Barbados. And that live was, I think, was the most we have ever had on this live. Remember, that program actually had about 800 concurrent viewers on this platform because it was such an interesting program. Pedro Jamot says USA was invited into Grenada by some CARICOM members, but they wanted, remember now that they didn't invite them, they wanted it, and they used the CARICOM members to do their bidding. So it wasn't like the CARICOM members told the US to come for Grenada, right? But just like Venezuela, the United States wanted Grenada to terminate its sort of communistic government in their eyes, their socialist revolution. So what they did, they included the Caribbean to sort of help them to make it seem, make the United States argument, so, gain legitimacy that, at least the Caribbean islands, they are saying too that Maurice Bishop is a threat to Caribbean security and safety. The same thing they did to Maduro is the same plot. Right? It's not that Trinidad had anything against Venezuela. The United States sort of goaded that conflict. But Trinidad, if it were left to Trinidad, they would have been okay with Venezuela. They had no problems. Not true. You don't think that is true? I don't think it was the Caribbean that told the United States. The United States, the CIA wanted to dethrone Maurice Bishop. They landed here. In the same way that if Jamaica Edward Seaga had a problem with Michael Manley in the 70s, yes, he would have had, I guess he had his own ideology, but if the CIA had not really invaded Jamaica, there wouldn't be a problem, as we saw. So the CIA always does that. You shouldn't see how the Guyanese government is making fake companies in their friends and family names. Yeah, that's what they do, just to steal our oil. Well, that's exactly what they do, Delport. That's what we're saying, the merger of businesses, private enterprise with government. And that's what created the pandemic, By the way, that's what created the COVID pandemic. The merger of private business interests, economic interests with science and politics. That is what the pandemic was all about. The COVID pandemic, and this other pandemic that they're trying to impose again or make or create, that's what it's all about. No difference with Kamala now. Yeah, there's no difference. There's no difference. But the Caribbean does not really, I don't think they really have the power or would forcefully want to dethrone a president. Even the whole spat with this lady, the CARICOM secretariat, what's her name, that they want to depose, is the US creating these sort of conflicts? Because before they never had these sort of conflicts, and if they did, they handled it another way, right? So that the US is behind this, wanting not the secretary general or whatever her position is in CARICOM. The United States is behind it. The way how Trinidad is behaving, that's not how the Trinidad used to behave, right? I'm sure they had conflicts, but they would not be trying to unseat somebody. And yeah, it's too much. What is happening in CARICOM is too much, and it's obvious that they have external pressure by powerful forces, and that is why they are behaving the way in which they're behaving at the moment. So that's it. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining. We will talk again and have a pleasant, night. And share the live and like the live before you leave, so the algorithm will send it to many people on the platform. Thank you so much for joining. See you in another live on Sunday. Ciao. Oh, I see two before I go. Whenever they weren't, okay. And then we have Delport saying, I think the U.S. government has corrupt files on our leaders' corruption. They do. Remember now that even among themselves, even the U.S. politicians, they have corrupt files on everybody. That's how they control them. By, if you don't do what we tell you to do, then we're going to expose you, right? So that's what they do. Even in Congress, they have that. The Epstein file, that was what it was all about, right? They all have information about each other. The Prince Andrews of the world and how do you think he's affected by it? Because they had files on him and even on us. By the way, they also have files on us. And very soon, if we don't want to do what they ask us to do, they will also expose us. Right? Thank you so much for joining. See you in another one. Ciao.